Chapter 1348. Whoosh! The fierce battle was about to begin. The Rune Divine sword entwined with a bunch of strange black light pierced through the chests of several Lingyun sect disciples, and immediately dragged an extremely powerful sword momentum to attack Yuan Yi. The latter's eyes turned cold, and his 10 fingers tightened. Buzz, with a heavy groan, the black divine sword that flew over immediately and steadily blocked in front of an arc-shaped golden light curtain. Yuan Yi stood behind the light curtain, and there was a hint of killing intent between his eyebrows. Is that all you've got? Before he finished speaking, the dark green runes on the body of the sword flickered, and an afterimage flashed in the air. It was as if he had teleported. Chu Hen, who was hundreds of meters away just a second ago, had actually flashed in front of his opponent. Yuan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. In the next moment, Chu Hen held the hilt of the sword in one hand. At the same time, an incomparably powerful and vigorous black air wave rose to the sky. The black Rune Divine sword was like a rising flame. Under the entanglement of the condensed sword light, the blade directly penetrated the golden light screen and stabbed towards Yuan Yi's throat. Yuan Yi's face was cold. He raised his left hand slightly, and his index and middle fingers stretched out like lightning. Whoosh! There was a slight air ripple in the air, and Yuan Yi's 2 fingers accurately clamped the sharp tip of the sword. Chu Hen turned his wrist, and the sharp sword swung out horizontally. Yuan Yi slightly leaned to the side, and the cold blade quickly cut across his opponent's throat. While dodging Chu Hen's fierce attack, Yuan Yi raised his hand and raised his palm. A group of ripple-shaped golden light swirled rapidly in his palm. The abnormally fierce power fluctuations caused the space to tremble faintly. Tiangang palm! Yuan Yi opened his mouth and shouted, but the sound was like thunder piercing the ears. Chu Hen was not afraid at all, and also raised his left palm to meet the attack. Whoosh! A series of manic purple lightning, like a horned dragon, wandered around his palm and arm, dazzling and powerful. Bang! The palms of the two collided, and the violent shock was like the collision of boulders. A solid halo bloomed from within, and the aftershock of gold and purple spread out. The incomparably powerful impact that originated from Yuan Yi directly shook Chu Hen and sent him flying backward. A trivial first-order Saint King dares to provoke me, Yuan Yi, who had gained the upper hand, sneered arrogantly. Chu Hen's eyes darkened as he retreated. He steadied himself while dispersing the dark force that invaded his body. Shoo! At the same time, a burst of cold wind-breaking sounds came from both sides. 2 soaring cloud sect experts with sinister auras directly raised their swords and slashed at Chu Hen. Die. Kill. Their saber chi was ferocious and abnormally sharp. It was as if they wanted to cut down Chu Hen with their blades. However, in the face of the 2 attacks, Chu Hen did not even bat an eyelid. He backhanded his sword, and the black Rune Divine sword burst out with a cold light. Hiss! With a sharp sound, the eyes of the person on the left shrank sharply. Before the sharp blade in his hand could touch Chu Hen, his throat had been pierced by the divine sword. With one blow, Chu Hen pulled out his sword and swung it at the saber of the person on the right. The space trembled, and an arc-shaped sword light swept out. At the same time that the enemy's saber was broken, the sword light reflected on the opponent's terrified face. Chi! Blood splattered, and another person was beheaded, just at the moment when Chu Hen killed 2 people with thunderous means. A majestic mountain-like pressure immediately shrouded him. When you fight with me, please look in front of you! As the arrogant and cold words entered his ears, Chu Hen raised his eyes and saw Yuan Yi standing proudly above his head. Rays of golden light surrounded his body. Yuan Yi raised his palm, and a violent energy wave that caused one's heart to palpitate rapidly overlapped. Buzz! Dazzling light sprinkled down, illuminating Chu Hen's handsome and firm facial features. Accompanied by a strong tremor, a golden beam of light whistled down like a divine ray. Within the beam of light, there seemed to be a dragon roaring. The terrifying power crushed down and hit Chu Hen's body solidly. Bang! The golden beam of light, which caused the surroundings to tremble, directly knocked Chu Hen down from the sky, and a straight beam of light slammed heavily into the Tianju lake below. The river burst open, and huge waves rose to the sky. The vast lake's surface sank sharply in all directions, as if it had been hit by a meteorite. Layers of waves swept out, reaching thousands of meters high, and many ancient buildings on the water's surface collapsed. The power of a third-order Saint King realm. How terrifying! Everyone's face darkened. The people from Soaring Cloud sect sneered sarcastically. Yuan Yi looked coldly at the violently tumbling water below and said disdainfully, "Can't even withstand a single blow." But just as his voice fell, a strange and dazzling purple light suddenly bloomed in the water below. The purple light lines quickly diverged, like a very irregular giant spider web. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and tens of thousands of birds cried. Countless strong and violent purple lightning bolts soared into the sky, flowing across the sky. Chi-chi! The lightning pillars were like dragons and electric pythons out of the sea, exuding an incomparably terrifying aura of destruction. Then, like an ancient thunder god, a figure suddenly rushed out of the water, dragging thousands of lightning tribulations towards Yuan Yi in the sky. The momentum was fierce, and its speed was extremely fast. Who is it that can't withstand a single blow? Chu Hen's eyes flickered with lightning, and his left fist, which was covered in lightning arcs, exuded a heaven-shattering divine might. As he threw out his fist, countless electric vines sprang out, intertwining with each other and turning into a ferocious, lightning dragon. As you see, Yuan Yi's face revealed a touch of mockery, and he directly raised his palm to meet it. Buzz! The mighty true inner force immediately condensed into a heavenly dipper palm print, which was comparable to the giant palm of a Buddha, facing the purple, lightning dragon head-on. Boom! Bang! As soon as the two terrifying forces collided, it immediately detonated the sky, and the violent impact almost shattered the heaven and earth. The lightning that exploded in the sky was like a round sun, and countless lightning tribulations poured down from the sky. Everyone close to the battle between the two was shaken to the point that their blood was boiling, and they could not stand steadily. Just as Yuan Yi's palm force smashed the lightning dragon, a beam of flowing light that was as bright as a star pierced through the front and back of the giant palm. Star chess seal! Whoosh! A beam of flowing light streaked across the sky, like a divine light that passed through billions of star fields. Surrounded by slender optical fibers, the beam of starlight suddenly became clear under the reflection of Yuan Yi's eyes. Bei Chen Ju! Yuan Yi murmured in a low voice. Bang! The extremely sharp beam of light hit Yuan Yi's body, accompanied by an extremely heavy explosion, and a vast halo spread out vertically. Chapter 1349. Bang! An incomparably heavy shock wave surged in the void, and the incomparably gorgeous, magnificent star jade was like a blooming nebula halo. Yuan Yi's eyes darkened slightly, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. As the strongest technique of the martial sect's Beichin Peak Academy, he had naturally heard of it. However, what caused him to be astonished was that the strength of this magnificent star jade was much stronger than he had imagined. The powerful impact caused the space around Yuan Yi to show a violent distortion, and the concentrated power actually penetrated Yuan Yi's external defense. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately afterward, there were several dazzling light arrows that tore through the air. Several consecutive magnificent star jade, like auroras passing through the vast starry sky, dragged long trails of light and attacked Yuan Yi's various vital points. They were as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning. Yuan Yi frowned slightly as he sensed the powerful penetrating power coming from the magnificent star jade. A surge of bloodline boundary force surged in his body, like volcanic magma, instantly erupting. Celestial sacred body. In an instant, the extremely powerful golden light was like the brilliance of the stars, and a layer of holy flame-like brilliance ignited around Yuan Yi's body. Yuan Yi's whole body suddenly became bright like glass, and every inch of his flesh and blood seemed to be immersed in the divine light. At the same time, the light patterns lingering around his body instantly transformed into a golden armor. The armor was extraordinary, and its momentum was piercingly cold, like a domineering divine general. Buzz! Even the armor covering Yuan Yi's body glowed with a dazzling arc of light, and all the magnificent star jade that came bursting at him burst into pieces less than 10 meters away from him. Bang, bang, bang! One after another, mighty chaotic waves of air exploded in the void, and the spreading light shock waves caused the space within a radius of several hundred meters to shake uneasily. Humph! A mere first-order St. King realm can make me use the power of bloodline boundary force. You should be proud! As soon as his words fell, Yuan Yi instantly rushed out. Surging flames surrounded his body, and his majestic aura was like a meteorite traversing the sky. At the same time, a swift and fierce figure that was surrounded by purple lightning streaked across the sky. The interweaving lightning was like a lightning python that was spitting out its long tongue. One's aura shook the heavens, while the other's eyes flashed with lightning. Both sides were like two ferocious beasts that could tear apart the heavens and split the earth, colliding head-on. Hiss! The intense confrontation caused the world to change color and the rivers to shake. A frontal confrontation between Saint King realm masters could be described as a dramatic change. Faced with Yuan Yi's powerful attack, the number one genius of the Lingyun sect, Chu Hen was not the slightest bit afraid. Not only did he not avoid the attack, he even faced it head-on without showing any weakness. Violent energy spread out in all directions. The two of them fought in the void all the way to the lake area. Shock waves surged up into the sky, and wild waves stacked on top of each other. Majestic dams and long bridges collapsed one after another, and layers of ancient city towers were covered in cracks. Following the battle between Chu Hen and Yuan Yi, the battle between the two sects had also erupted in full force. The craziness of the disciples of the martial sect was like a storm sword that pierced deep into the abdomen. Every one of them was as fierce as a bloodthirsty evil beast. His eyes were red from killing. His rage soared to the heavens. Kill! To avenge our fallen brothers. They swore to fight to the death. It was a fight to the death. There was no sound of flowing water in the Tianju Lake. Only a rain of blood could be seen in the sky. Ha! I got another one. Wu Yan, who was covered in blood, had a particularly ferocious and terrifying aura. Although she had just been seriously injured by Thunderbolt Hand Li Xiong, at this moment Wu Yan was like a monster that did not know pain. She held a unique saber in her hand that exuded a strange aura. Any enemy that was hit by the saber would quickly be petrified. With the help of Wu Yan's bloodline power, she frantically reaped the lives of the enemies in the crowd. She was covered in wounds. Her own blood and the enemy's blood had long been indistinguishable. The bright scarlet liquid danced on the tip of the saber, creating a different kind of gorgeous beauty. Whoosh! The sound of wind breaking was very sharp. True Yuan arrows that looked like streamers of light constantly penetrated the enemy's throats and hearts. Ningyu, the best assassin on the martial sect, Heaven Martial list. She had long since hidden herself in a dark corner of a damaged building. An exquisite crossbow that exuded boundless chilling killing intent was placed on her left arm in an incomparably stable manner. The index finger of her right hand lightly pressed the trigger. Every time an arrow was shot out, a disciple of the Lingyun sect would definitely die. Ruthless, cold, calm, and fearless, Ning Yu's beautiful face that was covered in blood did not have any emotion at this moment. Compared to the moment when she was helpless in the forest, she was like a completely different person. At this moment, she had truly transformed into a hunter and assassin. Bang! Suddenly, an incomparably majestic and monstrous aftershock shot up to the sky. Endless, piercingly cold sword momentum swept out with a momentum that could sweep through all directions. Holy light slash! The area that was originally covered in darkness was quickly torn apart by the dazzling sword radiance. The three figures that appeared to be in a sorry state all quickly retreated. Hee, with just the three of you, you want to defeat me, Chi-Si? You must be dreaming. Disdainful mockery and arrogant words came out of swift light, godly sword Chi-Si's mouth. As his voice fell, Chi-Si raised his hand and raised his sword. The tip of the sword pointed to the sky, and countless dazzling sword radiance bloomed in the void. Holy light rips the night. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The incomparably sharp sword radiance was like the first ray of light in the dark night. The expressions of the three people who were retreating changed drastically. The merciless sword radiance quickly attacked them. Wang Li and Qi Qianying's bodies trembled, and they spat out a mouthful of blood. Qiu Xingyi's face was also pale, and traces of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, Chi-Si's killing technique directly formed an area of effect attack. Many of the martial ancestor sect disciples who were close to the battle were hit by the light beam and died instantly. Who can stop me? Chi-Si held his sword high up in the sky, but no one from the martial ancestor sect could stop him. Even if Qiu Xingyi, Wang Li, and Qi Qianying worked together and used the illusory killing technique, they would not be able to injure him at all. After saying that, Chi-Si immediately rushed into the chaotic battle and killed the martial ancestor sect disciples in a frenzy. Damn it! Qiu Xingyi was furious. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the blood that was welling up in his throat. Then he shouted in a deep voice again. Wang Li and Qi Qianying nodded, and the three of them rushed towards Chi-Si again. However, Chi-Si did not seem to be in a hurry to get rid of the three of them first. While he was calmly dealing with the three of them, he used the most ruthless method to kill the other martial ancestor sect disciples. Compared to Qiu Xingyi and the other two, the other martial ancestor sect disciples could not even withstand half of Chi-Si's attack. Without exception, all of them were killed with one sword strike. Moreover, their deaths were extremely tragic. Chi-Si sneered and looked at the enraged Qiu Xingyi and the other two with disdain. I like to see your stupid expressions when you are angry but unable to do anything to me. Don't worry. I will kill all of these useless people before I deal with you. Based on your performance just now, I will give you the right to live until the end. Ha 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 ha. Chi-Si's body was filled with madness that bordered on morbid. However, with his participation in the battle, the martial ancestor sect's anger was quickly extinguished. There was already a huge difference in the overall strength of the two sections. There was a limit to fighting back with the determination to die. No matter how fierce the angry wolves were, they were still no match for the terrifying tigers. The martial ancestor sect's counterattack was quickly stopped. Once again, everyone was trapped in a quagmire, and it was extremely difficult, especially when Qiu Xingyi and the others could not stop Chi-Si. It accelerated the situation of the martial ancestor sect's defeat. The only person who could stop Chi-Si was Chu Hen. However, at that moment, Chu Hen was facing the strongest person in the Lingyun sect, Yuan Yi. The situation was like a dark night. Endless darkness began to envelop them like an abyss, devouring the hope of everyone in the martial ancestor sect. Bang! After an incomparably ferocious collision of power, accompanied by a berserk cyclone light pattern, Chu Hen, who was covered in purple lightning, and Yuan Yi, who was wearing battle armor, both retreated. The unbridled purple lightning was abnormally manic. Chu Hen's cold eyes slanted as he looked at Chi-Si, who did not even need to shed a drop of blood. Between his brows, a lot of coldness could not help but surge out. Zhang, the black rune divine sword in his hand, made a vibrating sound and was about to fly towards Qi Si. However, before Chu Hen could make a move, an imposing and powerful figure flashed and immediately blocked his way. "When fighting with me, it's best not to care about others," Yuan Yi sneered arrogantly. Chu Hen's eyes darkened. Not only did he not have any intention of stopping, the divine sword in his hand shone brilliantly. Streaks of ancient light patterns swam up and down the blade of the sword, and the blade was pointed at Yuan Yi. This sword seemed ordinary and unremarkable. It did not even stir up the rhythm of the air. However, Yuan Yi's face showed excitement that had never been seen before. "Finally, it's a little decent." The divine flame that pervaded around Yuan Yi quickly gathered into his arms. In an instant, his palms seemed to be rising with divine light. He stretched out his palms to meet Chu Hen's sword. At the moment when the sword and the palm met, there was a loud bang. The terrible power that erupted between the two was like a mountain torrent and a tsunami. Endless black airwaves mixed with golden light roared. The sky trembled, and the color changed in all directions. Yuan Yi's palm force was like a layer of light screen, firmly imprisoning the divine sword in Chu Hen's palm in place. But in the next second, a dragon-like purple lightning quickly wrapped around the sword, and the black rune divine sword immediately turned into a thunder blade. Chi, like piercing through the sky, the brilliant thunder blade directly penetrated Yuan Yi's palm and stabbed toward his throat. Yuan Yi's pupils shrank slightly. Then, something surprising happened. In the face of Chu Hen's fatal sword, Yuan Yi did not dodge. Instead, he stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed the sword with his bare hands. Buzz, the violent power fluctuations were like ripples on the surface of the water, spreading infinitely. The black rune divine sword swaying with purple lightning stopped less than 10 centimeters away from Yuan Yi's throat. The corner of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. He saw that Yuan Yi was holding onto a section of the sword with one hand, and a dazzling fist had appeared on his arm out of nowhere. The fist was like a pair of claws on his palm and forearm. There were sharp barbs on the knuckles. The luxurious and beautiful rune secret scrolls were engraved on the back of the fist, which was particularly dazzling. "Let me introduce." The corners of Yuan Yi's mouth rose slightly. He looked at Chu Hen playfully and said, "The Big Dipper grip ranked 58th on the divine weapon list. His posture was particularly playful. You and your sword will be firmly in my hands," Yuan Yi described indifferently. At the same time, his other arm glowed with bright light. The intertwining golden light patterns once again condensed into the same fist on his left arm. Buzz, the terrible power surged on the fist, and the space was faintly distorted. Chu Hen's expression changed slightly. He immediately pulled out his sword and escaped. "Huh." Yuan Yi sneered and punched with his left fist with the Big Dipper grip. In an instant, a layer of fist force surged down like a huge wave. Bang! The vast and mighty energy light wave engulfed the heavens, and the enormous power pressed down. Chu Hen felt as if he had been hit by a mountain, and his entire body was sent flying. The blood in his body surged, and his internal organs trembled. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, the martial arts sect was exhausted under Qi Si's slaughter. Even though Qiu Xingyi, Wang Li, and Qi Qianying resisted with all their might, they were unable to turn the situation around. Suddenly, a beam of cold light attacked. The sharp sword force danced like a hurricane. Countless sword shadows emitted a black aura and swept up a dense killing intent. The merciless black sword shadows killed a group of people from the Lingyun sect. The people from the martial arts sect were slightly shocked. They saw Chu Hen throw the sharp sword in his hand and kill people from miles away. Seeing this, Qiu Xingyi and the others felt their blood boil again. "Kill!" "Humph!" Chi-Si's face was full of disdain. Trash is trash. You're about to die, but you're still struggling at death's door. Don't waste time. Kill them all. That's what I was thinking. The people from the Lingyun sect no longer held back. The dark and cold aura quickly extinguished the blood of the martial arts sect. He was like a ghost that wanted to take their lives, surrounding and annihilating the people of the martial sect. Blood rained down, and the battle cries shook the sky. Trapped in a desperate situation, the Tianju Lake would eventually become a place of burial. Rumble. Suddenly, at this critical moment, the wind and clouds in the sky above the ninth heavens suddenly rose, and a hurricane roared. The fierce airflow and the cold yin qi swept over at the same time. Under the roar of thunder, the sky was filled with an extremely strong yin qi. The white yang qi and the black yin qi intertwined and surged. Chapter 1350. Rumble! Thunder rumbled from the nine heavens as heaven and earth trembled. Without any warning, a wave of yin-yang profound energy swept across the sky and attacked the entire sky above the lake of absolute sky. The surroundings trembled as a giant Tai Chi yin-yang array that spanned thousands of feet was like a plain gate that had suddenly opened. It covered the sky and shrouded everyone's heads. What was going on? Everyone from the two sects trembled. Before everyone could react, a sudden earth-shattering roar resounded across the land. Roar. It was deafening like a clap of thunder. After that, under numerous pairs of astonished gazes, the yin and yang profound energy that covered the heavens and the earth formed a vortex storm that stirred the sky. In the center of the vortex storm, a colossus immediately appeared between heaven and earth. What is that? Wang Li gently clenched his fists as his eyes trembled slightly. Roar! In an instant, the terrifying storm was like an exploding nebula. Along with the terrifying airwaves that spread out in all directions, the fierce monster that released the monstrous yin-yang qi charged down furiously. It was a giant beast that was over 1,000 feet tall and had a strong physique. It looked like a tiger or a leopard, with 4 strong limbs and a pair of wings on its back. The most peculiar thing was that its face had a Tai Chi pattern and there was a yin-yang fish pattern in the center of its forehead. Is that a yin-yang beast? Someone exclaimed. Impossible. How could a yin-yang beast be so powerful? Roar! The giant beast stepped on the yin-yang qi and swooped down like a ferocious monster from another world. It was like a falling meteorite that directly crashed into the Lingyun sex group. Bang! Roar! The terrifying impact was like a giant stone that had fallen into a school of fish. The power that could shake the sky surged out, and in an instant, screams could be heard. Many of the Lingyun sect's disciples who were caught off guard were seriously injured, and many of them even died on the spot. Where did this evil creature come from? Wind God, Sword Chi-Si's eyes darkened. His body moved, and he dragged a shocking sword light that was nearly 1,000 meters long towards the giant beast that had suddenly appeared. However, right at this moment, another powerful wave of spatial fluctuation swept over. Buzz, the piercing airflow stacked up, and the yin and yang qi in the air gathered rapidly. The Taiji array, which covered the sky and the sun, began to rotate. Accompanied by countless dazzling rays of light, a mysterious palm print that was 1,000 meters wide came crashing down. The enormous palm print was like the hand of a fiend god that stretched out from the layer of clouds, and it revealed world-destroying might. Shockingly, a Tai Chi diagram that slowly floated at the center of the enormous palm. A great shadow quickly enveloped Chi-Si's head. His expression changed slightly, and a hint of wariness appeared in his eyes. Humph! Chi-Si snorted and raised his sword. The extremely sharp sword radiance and the earth-shattering palm energy immediately clashed. Boom! In an instant, a series of extremely violent powers exploded in the sky above the lake of despair. The 9 heavens trembled, the void about to split apart. The unbridled shockwave was like a flaming cloud that had set the prairie ablaze. The lake below was overturned, and the waves surged into the sky. The chaotic energy cyclones were like a blooming storm, causing the world to lose its color. The power of this palm could be said to have shocked everyone present. Whether it was the martial sect or soaring cloud sect disciples, all of them were shocked. Another Saint King realm. Wang Li clenched his fists in surprise. Surrounded by the surging sword momentum. Qi Si frowned slightly as he stared at the mysterious figure behind the chaotic airflow. Black and white yin and yang qi swirled around this figure. Her long hair was like black silk, her skin was smooth, and her delicate face was cold. Yi, junior sister Yi Yao, a voice full of disbelief came from Wang Li's trembling throat. At the same time, Qiu Xingyi, Qi Qianying Wuyan, and all the other disciples of the martial sect were shocked. How? Yi Yao. Saint King realm. If that's the case, doesn't that mean... Everyone's eyes once again turned to the ferocious giant beast. No, it can't be wrong. It's the yin-yang beast that has been following her. Boom! Thunder rumbled from the ninth heaven. Everyone was shocked. Not far behind Yi Yao, there was another peerless beauty with an icy temperament. Her eyes were as cold as ice, and in her hand was a longbow that exuded a simple aura. The longbow was painted with dark patterns, and an arrow was already nocked on the bowstring. It was a dark-colored arrow with a diamond-shaped tip, and its whole body was gleaming with a cold light. Moon-chasing divine bow, meteor divine arrow. Wu Yan, who was bathed in blood, muttered in a low voice. Zeng. A slight, trembling sound reverberated in the sky, and the frosty beauty exuded a chilling, murderous aura. The moment her white fingers loosened, the arrow immediately flew from the bowstring. In the process of moving, the arrow directly burst out a dazzling light, transforming into a dense rain of arrows. Asterisk xiao xiao xiao. Asterisk the dense rain of black arrows was like a swarm of locusts, immediately falling into the crowd below. What was even more shocking was that all the arrows seemed to have grown eyes, accurately bypassing the disciples of the martial sect and mercilessly attacking the people of the Lingyun sect. Chi chi chi. The sharp sound of the sharp arrows piercing through flesh and the screams of the crowd rang out, and the sky and earth was instantly covered in a rain of blood. Its junior sister Xuan. The people of the martial sect exclaimed again. The two of them? Without any time to be shocked, Yi Yao took the lead and flew down, rushing into the battle. The vast black and white chi patterns spread all the way, and Yi Yao's body was as fast as a ghost, striking out a few palms in succession, and with each palm there would be a death. At the same time, Long Xuan also followed closely behind. A bone-chilling ice, Xian Qi, was released from her body, and the temperature between heaven and earth plummeted to the freezing point. The sky above the Tianju Lake was immediately filled with snow. The people of the Lingyun sect only felt the invasion of the cold, and the flow of true inner force became much slower. On the other hand, the people of the martial sect were not affected at all. What are you waiting for? Kill! Qiu Xingyi shouted sternly. The hearts of the people of the martial sect, who were temporarily in a trance, trembled. After a moment of pause, everyone's eyes were once again spitting out fanatical flames. The suppressed hatred and killing intent surged again, and the fire of resistance was ignited. Kill! Without a doubt, the sudden appearance of the two people and one beast directly broke the formation of the Lingyun sect. The situation that was originally deep in a quagmire was unexpectedly pulled back. Roar! The yin-yang giant beast could be said to be extremely fierce, and it was many times stronger than its original form. Its sharp claws and giant teeth were all deadly weapons. What was more terrifying was that it could spit out two different kinds of flames from its mouth. The white, profound yang qi was like a heavenly fire, burning people to ashes. The black, profound yin qi was like dark water, and it could freeze people into ice. There are actually two more troublemakers. Hey, what's wrong with the martial sect? On the other side, Yuan Yi's eyes were cold, and the corners of his mouth were curved like a curved knife. Chu Hen's eyes were slightly moved, and at the same time he quietly took a breath. Then purple flames flickered in his eyes, and black light surged outside his body. The black rune divine sword drew a sword mark in the air and returned to Chu Hen's palm. He had an imposing appearance, and the sword pointed at Yuan Yi. An unparalleled, domineering aura surged out. Chapter 1351. Take this. Whoosh! A dragon-like sword cry surged out from the black rune divine sword in Chu Hen's hand, and a piercingly cold gale swept across the world. Chu Hen's sword pointed at Yuan Yi. The domineering aura of a monarch pressed down. Rumbled the battle between the two sects broke out. Blood sprayed in the air, and the wind blew across the lake. The yin-yang giant beast appeared out of nowhere, broke into the battlefield, and once again set off a bloody storm. Hee, you're really tenacious. I'm losing my patience. A mocking and cold sneer appeared at the corner of Yuan Yi's mouth. He glanced coldly at the martial sect members who were resisting stubbornly. His eyes turned cold, and two rays of cold light flashed out. His sword-like eyes swept straight at Chu Hen, and the killing intent gradually became clear. Since that's the case, then let me see what you're really capable of. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, an unprecedented majestic force erupted from Yuan Yi's body, and the heavenly dipper grip on his arms shone even more brilliantly. Streams of flowing light that looked like divine patterns shone between heaven and earth. The space trembled, and the power fluctuation from Yuan Yi's arms was like a rapidly brewing undercurrent in the deep sea. Mad Shark devours the sky. With a soft shout, an extremely fierce fist force suddenly surged out. The pressure that poured down was like a storm, and the terrifying fist force was like a 1,000-meter tsunami that overturned the heavens. At the place where the attacks were concentrated, a ferocious and horrifying shark that was 300 m tall opened its bloody mouth and pounced over. Humph! Chu Hen's eyes turned slightly cold, and he condensed his left palm. Along with a violent energy rhythm, the 7 starlight patterns on his palm shone. 7-star soul critical strike. Buzz! A rapid airflow passed through the air, and a jade, pillar-like light burst across the sky, rolling up a piercingly cold destructive force to meet the attack. Bang! For example, the graceful light beam was like a huge harpoon, directly penetrating the shark's mouth and instantly tearing it apart. The violent waves of air wantonly swept out to both sides. The spectacular scene was like a beam of divine light piercing through the nebula, and the mighty light waves spread in all directions. Don't celebrate too early. This is just the beginning. A cold and arrogant sneer came from Yuan Yi. The momentum that erupted from his body became stronger and stronger. The mighty true inner force was like the water of the sea, endless. He faced his palms against each other with a heavenly spirit grip, and circles of cloud-shaped energy, whirlpools, were rapidly released in front of him. The powerful halo of energy continued to bloom. In an instant, the uncontrollable, terrifying aura was like a flood that broke through a dam. Mad Shark devours the sky, 1,000 heavy waves. Boom! The 9 heavens lost its color, and a storm arrived. The entire sky seemed to have been turned upside down. Yuan Yi was like a wizard spirit that controlled the tides of the sun and the moon. One after another, towering waves that were thousands of meters high rose into the sky, as if the sky was shrouded by a curtain. Layer after layer of the sky curtain waves rushed towards Chu Hen with the power to crush everything. Furthermore, a ferocious raging sea shark appeared within the shock waves of each layer of the sky canopy. Rumble! The rolling waves came, and the destructive power was like the collapse of the Milky Way. In the face of such an amazing and monstrous power of Yuan Yi, Chu Hen's eyebrows showed some seriousness. Then his eyes focused first, and then his eyelids slightly lifted. Hum! With a low and deep trembling sound, Chu Hen's eyes suddenly erupted with a bewitching and demonic purple brilliance. Whoosh! Accompanied by an extremely cold air, the space in front of Chu Hen immediately burst into a prairie of purple flames out of thin air. The purple flames were like a rapidly rotating nebula vortex, and then turned into a spiral storm that fiercely hit the monstrous curtain of waves. Bang! The purple flame storm and the golden torrent in the sky converged, and suddenly the world was in chaos. The residual waves of air repelled each other, causing the airflow to flow. Hey, this is only the first wave. What about the rest? Yuan Yi sneered disdainfully. As soon as he finished speaking, the second mad shark giant wave came whistling, and its power was so strong that it could not be contained. However, at the same time, a beam of purple light suddenly rushed out of the blazing flame storm. Like a flying shuttle, it was brilliant and dazzling. The swaying pattern on it shone with extraordinary splendor, like a divine light from beyond the sky. Chu Hen raised one hand and held the light shadow in the air. Hum! Along with the strong rhythmic movement of energy, a sharp tremor in the air spread. 6 black dots quietly appeared in the depths of Chu Hen's pupils, and a strange aura that made people's hearts palpitate spread in all directions. In an instant, the beam of light that was moving at high speed was separated into dozens of identical purple light shadows. The next moment, dozens of identical purple light wings were arranged in an orderly manner to form a huge triangular flying shuttle. The sharp tips were arranged in front, and countless rotating cyclones were spinning rapidly. 6-star demon eyes. End of punishment blade. The 5-star demon eyes punishment armor was used as a shield, and the 6-star demon eyes evolved into a blade. The strongest attack formed by the combination of punishment shield and punishment armor. The huge triangular flying shuttle was like a purple shadow blade that tore through the sky, dragging the power of heaven punishing force against the incoming mad shark giant wave. Bang! It split the sky and the earth, splitting everything. The instant the two collided, the incomparably sharp triangular shadow blade directly split the giant screen shock wave into two. It was like a heavenly artifact cutting off a primordial river. Along with the waves that were split, the ferocious giant shark was directly smashed and destroyed. Like a hot knife through butter, it went straight down. Punishment Blade's end, which was upgraded from Punishment Shield, slashed down all the way, continuously crashing into the waves of mad shark waves, one layer after another. It was like a streamer that could cut through stars. It was like a heavenly light that could cut through mountains and rivers. It was unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, the purple shadow blade directly cut through the last ferocious shark in the monstrous wave, and then with the power of thunder, it fell behind Yuan Yi, looking at the sharp shadow blade that was like a star-flying shuttle. Yuan Yi's pupils shrank slightly. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Humph, is this the trump card you rely on? It's a pity that you can't beat me with this move. Bang! A mighty shock wave followed in the void, and the Big Dipper's grip on Yuan Yi's arm burst out with the light of the sun. Countless, rapidly rotating cyclones wrapped around his body. The Big Dipper's grip released the power to break the sky, and the terrifying palm energy blocked the terrible sharpness of the end of Punishment Blade. Buzz! The space where Yuan Yi was caught in a violent distortion. The Big Dipper's grip blocked in front of him, forming a gorgeous semicircular light curtain. The end of Punishment Blade was like a giant blade stuck in the light curtain. Hey! Yuan Yi's eyes flashed with contempt, and then he shouted coldly, "Break!" Bang! There was a loud sound, and the incomparably rapid airflow shook the heavens and the earth. The true origin energy stacked up like a volcano, and the purple shadow blade that pierced through the sky was immediately shattered, exploding into millions of crystal fragments that scattered everywhere. However, Before Yuan Yi had time to be happy, a shadow covered in purple electric arcs suddenly broke through the chaotic aftermath storm area. Bang! Like a fierce beast rushing out of the hurricane sea, Chu Hen attacked with his sword, and the black rune sword in his hand was covered with dragon-like purple lightning. Holding the sword hilt with both hands, he slashed toward his opponent. Facing this sudden attack, Yuan Yi's eyes darkened, and his palms, with the Big Dipper's grip, met the sword in Chu Hen's hand at lightning speed. Bang! The turbulent power was like ripples on the surface of the water, sweeping out circle after circle. Yuan Yi's palms directly clasped the long sword in Chu Hen's hand. The golden light and the purple electric light collided, making a dull, cracking sound. The two confronted each other at close range, showing their unparalleled aggressiveness. It's over. Yuan Yi's mouth curled into a contemptuous smile. Chu Hen's eyes were filled with purple electric arcs, and there was also a hint of mockery. No, I've just started. Oh! Before Yuan Yi had time to be surprised, he suddenly frowned. Crack! A crisp sound was heard, and his pupils shrank abruptly. He saw that the celestial spirit grip he wore on his arm had a long and thin crack on it. How could it be? Even Yuan Yi was shocked. The mockery on Chu Hen's face grew stronger. The 58th divine weapon? In front of my non-phase Emperor blade. What's the difference between it and scrap metal? What? Chapter 1352. Kacha! The slight cracking sound was as fine as an eggshell, but in Yuan Yi's ears it was as sharp as a sharp weapon cutting through the air. His pupils constricted as he looked at the tiny crack on the heavenly spirit grip in astonishment. Meanwhile, the black rune sword in Chu Hen's hand was swimming with purple electric patterns that were as violent as a horned dragon. At the same time, an ancient aura quietly leaked out. Formless the archblade? Yuan Yi's pupils constricted as his face surged with a strong sense of astonishment. Bang! Along with his words, under Yuan Yi's shocked gaze, the heavenly dipper grips on his arms directly shattered and exploded. The dense fine lines, like an extremely irregular spider web, immediately spread all over the heavenly spirit grip. Large and small crystal fragments, like exploded ice chips, floated and scattered, dancing between heaven and earth. Roar! A low and heart-palpitating shriek rang out in the sky. In an instant, a monstrous momentum set off behind Chu Hen. The surging black flame shrouded, and a giant whale-like beast suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The momentum shook the ninth heaven, and the aura swallowed the world. Chu Hen was like a fiend god, showing the power to cover the sky. The formless, the archblade in his hand burst out a blazing black flame. The black flame was like a dark beast that devoured light, quickly swallowing the fragments of the heavenly spirit grip. Yuan Yi was both shocked and angry. Looking at the rapidly dissipating fragments of the heavenly spirit grip and the mountain-like, whale-like phantom in the sky behind Chu Hen, there was no longer any doubt in his heart at this moment. It's really the formless, the archblade. Hey, I'll gladly accept your artifact. The corners of Chu Hen's mouth rose slightly, with a touch of mockery, and the archblade in his hand shone brightly. Yuan Yi frowned slightly, hurriedly struck out 2 palm momentum, and at the same time flew back. In the next moment, Chu Hen's sword momentum rose abruptly, and a ring-shaped thunder sword light pierced through the sky, rolling up a piercingly cold, killing momentum and whistling out. Boom! The rain of fire splashed, and the sword chi filled the air. The powerful airwaves spread out, and Yuan Er's body trembled slightly. As he flew back, the golden armor, transformed by the power of the heavenly spirit bloodline on his body, also dimmed a little. The war between the two sections. It was a showdown between the strongest geniuses of both sides. No matter how one looked at it, the two of them were not on the same level. Even for the Wuzong, this battle was just an unyielding resistance. Even if Chu Hen was strong, it was impossible for him to be Yuan Yi's opponent with a third-order Saint King realm cultivation. However, who would have thought that not only did Yuan Yi not gain the upper hand in the fierce battle, but he also lost the heavenly spirit grip? Without a doubt, to a martial arts ancestor, this was an exciting scene. Kill. Fight to the death. Even if I die, I won't let the Lingyun sect have it easy. The fierce battle that had broken out could be said to be exceptionally tragic. The lake of Jutian below had long been dyed red. It was like a battle between a trapped beast and a hunter. It could be said that every strike was bloody and every punch was flesh. Almost everyone in the martial arts ancestor was covered in blood, and each of them was as fierce as a desperate beast. However, the overall strength of the sects was obvious. No matter how desperately the martial arts ancestor resisted, they could not break through the encirclement of the Lingyun sect. If it were not for Long Xuan and Yi Yao buying some time, the martial arts ancestor would have been completely destroyed. Bang! Hua! Broken limbs fell into the lake below one after another. The sky was dark and the river was red. The pungent smell of blood and the hellish scene attracted the beasts in the deep water. They silently bit the corpses in the water, and the scene could be said to be extremely cruel. It's a little painful for a bunch of ants to bite someone. Swift Light, divine sword chi, was astonishing, and his sharp sword chi was like a biting wind blade. He was facing off against Yi Yao, Long Xuan, Qiu Xingyi, Wang Li, and Qi Qianying by himself. In contrast, Qiu Xingyi, Wang Li, and the rest were already covered in wounds. Do you still want to resist pointlessly? You guys won't be able to last much longer. Qi Si sneered disdainfully. Before the other party's words faded, Yi Yao's aura suddenly rose again. Vast and powerful Yin and Yang Qi rapidly revolved around her body. Following that, bursts of intense energy fluctuations caused the void to distort. Brilliant rays of light flickered, and 8 dazzling ancient characters appeared in 8 different directions, one after another. Heaven, earth, thunder, wind, fire, water, mountain, swamp. That is, everyone's hearts trembled. Soon after, Yi Yao's palms gently came together, and her 10 fingers interlocked. Genesis Qi churned at the center of the 8 ancient characters as Yin and Yang rotated. BZZ. The world violently trembled as a Yin and Yang storm swept across the 9 heavens. A giant cauldron, giving off an endless aura of desolation, suddenly appeared in the sky. Taiji Yin and Yang, universe 8 trigrams. 8 different types of energy in the world revolved around the giant cauldron. It was like the cycle of the world, the rotation of the sun and moon, mysterious and unfathomable. Yin-Yang 8 trigrams power. Is this the Yin-Yang Genesis Qi cauldron? Voices filled with shock rang out from the crowd. Yin-Yang Genesis Qi cauldron, the divine weapon ranked 19th on the list. It was built with the universe 8 trigrams and contained Taiji Yin and Yang. In ancient times, there was an almighty practitioner who could annihilate an entire army with a flip of his hand with the Yin-Yang Genesis Qi cauldron. How can this be? The corners of Qi Si's eyes turned cold as fear appeared on his face. Formless Emperor Blade, Yin-Yang Genesis Qi cauldron. 2 peerless treasures ranked in the top 20 of the divine weapon list had appeared in the same place at the same time. Moreover, they had both come from the hands of a martial sect disciple. The crowd did not have any time to be shocked. The moment the Yin-Yang Genesis Qi cauldron appeared, the weather immediately changed as giant waves surged into the sky. The enraged Yin-Yang giant beast exploded with power several times greater than before. With a single leap, it landed directly above the Yin-Yang Genesis Qi cauldron. Roar! A majestic pillar of Yin-Yang light rose from the cauldron, accompanied by a sky-splitting ferocious might. A beam of dazzling divine light was released from the center of the Yin-Yang giant beast's forehead. The divine radiance slowly split apart, and a demonic vertical eye immediately burst out with the light of the sun. Runes of black and white light overflowed from the cauldron, extending and wrapping around the giant beast's body. A torrential roar shook the heavens as it bared its sinister teeth. With a cold glint in its eyes, destructive power swept across the entire area. The vertical eye at the center of its forehead spat out beams of black and white light of destruction. Chi. HSS. The black and white light beams, containing the power of yin and yang, were akin to unstoppable blades of light. Wherever they passed, the Lingyun sect members were pierced through, dying on the spot. Evil creature. Kill it together. The Lingyun sect experts were incomparably shocked and furious, killing intent exploding from them one after another as they charged towards the yin-yang giant beast at the center. However, the giant beast on the yin-yang Genesis Chi cauldron was like an incomparably ferocious beast that had taken over its base. It roared towards the heavens, yin and yang Chi rising into the sky as the 8 ancient characters on the giant cauldron glowed with a dazzling light. Bizi's vast and mighty power trembled as a powerful halo transformed into a giant shockwave that swept outwards, slamming into the bodies of the Lingyun sect members. Thump, 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 muffled booms continuously interweaved. The Lingyun sect experts that were about to surround and kill the yin-yang giant beast were struck by the force of gravity before they could even touch it, causing them to vomit blood one after another as their bones shattered. There were even some that were directly torn apart, exploding into a bloody mist. The power of the yin-yang Genesis Chi cauldron. It was so terrifying. There was no time to be shocked by the fact that Yi Yao's cultivation had become so powerful. The martial sect members made use of every opportunity to throw themselves into the bloody battle. Ha 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 ha. Good job, junior sister Yao. It was not in vain that we fought for so much time for you back then. The devil cliff blade in hand, Wu Yen, whose body was covered in bloody scars with not a single piece of uninjured flesh, was still filled with heroic spirit. As he praised, he thrust the blade in his hand into the vitals of his enemies. Junior sister Yi Yao is still a new disciple, and as her senior brothers, we cannot embarrass her. Martial sect disciples will never lower their heads. Kill, 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 kill. Blood sacrifice to the blue sky. Pairs of bloodshot eyes glowed with a sharp glint, as if they were wild beasts that had been awakened by fresh blood. The flames that were about to be extinguished were once again ignited. The boat that was about to sink rose once again. The murderous heart that was about to sink was once again revived. Martial sect will never lower their heads. Wu Mian, who was covered in blood, roared in a stern voice. Martial sect will never lower their heads. Ding Xiaoyan, who had a broken sword in his chest, shouted in a low voice. Martial sect will never lower their heads. Tai Men, who only had one arm left, roared angrily with tears of blood in his eyes. The resentful killing intent was like a wildfire, burning the blood and soul of every martial sect disciple. Ningyu, who was holding the crossbow in her hand, clenched her teeth and released the crossbow's mechanism with a determined gaze. Her red lips moved slightly as she muttered in a low voice. Martial sect will never lower their heads. Hundreds of years of grudges, killing people's hearts. Once the yellow springs fell, the soul would never perish. At this moment, everyone in the martial sect erupted. Chapter 1353. The martial ancestor will never lower its head. Hot blood was burning, dyeing the blue sky red. The enmity that had lasted for 100 years had erupted at this moment. Everyone from the martial ancestor went berserk. The fierce battle was like a wildfire, igniting the hatred and indignation in their hearts with the power of life. However, on this cruel battlefield that resembled an Azura battlefield, there was one person who had not participated in the battle from beginning to end. It was none other than the chief disciple of the martial ancestors, West Dome Peak Academy, Pei Yi. At this moment, Pei Yi was in a daze. He stared blankly at the fierce battle between the two sects, completely indifferent. Although he said that he did nothing, he felt a sense of loss in his heart. The scene in front of him was something that Pei Yi had never imagined. Although he was a member of the martial ancestor, in his view, the fate of the martial ancestor had long been decided. It would be a piece of cake for the Lingyun sect to destroy the martial ancestor, and Chu Hen's return was just a sacrifice. The reason why Pei Yi had followed was to see Chu Hen fail. On the way here, Pei Yi seemed to have already seen the miserable fate of Chu Hen and the martial ancestor. There were 3 Saint King experts on the Lingyun sect side. Their overall strength was far from each other. Due to the accumulated grudges from back then, Pei Yi only wanted to personally witness Chu Hen's appearance of complete defeat. Compared to the survival of the martial ancestor, he hated Chu Hen even more. But unexpectedly, the scene that Pei Yi hoped to see did not appear. The moment when he killed Thunderbolt Hand, Li Xiong, could be said to be earth-shattering. Moreover, the method of destroying Yuan Yi's divine weapon, the Big Dipper grip, shocked everyone. In addition, the stunning sight of Yi Yao summoning the Yin-Yang Genesis Qi Cauldron stung Pei Ye's eyes. Looking at the chaotic battle in front of him, looking at his senior and junior brothers fighting to the death like wild beasts, Pei Yi could not help but tremble as he looked at his fellow sect members of the martial sect, who were shouting martial sect. We will never lower our heads, with their blood-red eyes. A deep sense of frustration surged in his heart. He, who was not involved in the matter, was so humiliated, so weak, so lonely, and so inconspicuous. This feeling was like a deserter who abandoned his companions and did not care about them, carrying the most unbearable shame in the world. Pei Yi clenched his trembling fists, his pupils trembling uneasily. He tightly clenched his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Humph, no matter how much you persevere, you will definitely not be able to defeat the Lingyun sect. You." His gaze turned and coldly swept towards the young figure that was flickering with purple lightning and was confronting Yuan Disaster. "You definitely won't be able to beat him." Bang! Layer after layer of chi blasts swept out like a tsunami. The Yin-Yang Genesis Qi Cauldron was like a fountain that provided the Yin-Yang behemoth with endless power. The Yin-Yang behemoth's ferocious might shook the heavens. It charged at the cloud-soaring sex formation with a force that occupied the southern sky, and the Yin-Yang death ray that was emitted from the center of its forehead was even more terrifying. You actually obtained the Yin-Yang Genesis Qi Cauldron. Swift light, divine, sword. Chi Si's eyes were cold. He stared at the young girl who was still young and had a pretty face. He was truly surprised. A mere little girl. What virtue or ability did she have to actually be able to wield such a shocking divine object? "It's too late to be afraid now," Yi Yao coldly replied. "Huh." A mocking smile emerged on Chi Si's face. "You think you can turn the situation around with just the Yin-Yang Genesis Qi Cauldron? How naive." Before his voice faded, a powerful sword aura spread from Chi Si's body like a cold wind. His gaze was like lightning, and the sword in his hand exuded a sharp light that could penetrate one's mind. "Today I will show you my true power. Buzz!" In an instant, a divine might that could topple mountains and overturn the seas gushed out. With Chi Si at the center, the space within 100 feet immediately began to distort, and one could clearly see the sword runes in a spiral as they tore through the air. "Everyone be careful," Qiu Xingyi warned in a low voice. Yi Yao, Wang Li, Qi Qianying, and Long Xuanchuang also frowned, feeling the extraordinary sword intent exuding from Chi Si's body. Everyone's faces were filled with caution. While being vigilant, everyone's true yuan began to rapidly circulate. "Humph. So what if you're a second-order Saint King?" Qiu Xingyi took the lead and rushed out, acting as the vanguard. Wang Li, Yi Yao, Qi Qianying, and Long Xuanxuang followed closely behind. A vast and majestic aura burst forth. Everyone unreservedly erupted with the power of their bloodlines and their strongest skills. 7 colored azure peak light, heaven and earth wound. Illusion technique, disillusionment strangulation. World of ice. Rumble. The huge heaven, splitting axe gleamed with a divine light as it slashed towards Qi. Gray whirlpools of light, which seemed both real and illusory, attacked from all directions like turbo guillotines. The sudden drop in temperature nearly froze the surrounding space, and every snowflake was like a bone-chilling wind blade. A series of fierce attacks were launched towards Qi. At the same time, a monstrous yin-yang aura rushed towards Qi. A storm was brewing, and the wind and clouds changed color. Yi Yao's figure flickered, and she raised her palm, a swirl of black and white light swirling behind her. As a huge Tai Chi array appeared in the sky, endless black and white light lines converged in front of Yi Yao's palm, instantly transforming into a giant crystal clear palm. Yin-yang extreme hand. Boom! Boom! In an instant, a series of violent shock waves collided with each other like a violent storm. The void shook and distorted. The violent forces collided, like several meteorites crashing into each other, and the aftermath of the collision swept through the surrounding area, almost piercing the heavens. The overbearing and raging power instantly submerged Qi. Qiu Xingyi, Yi Yao, and the others all wore dignified expressions as they stared at Qi's position with extreme vigilance. Did we succeed? Wang Li whispered. Don't be too careless. That's a second-order Saint King Realm Master. Qi Qianying warned coldly. However, just as she finished speaking, a destructive sword momentum that seemed capable of piercing through heaven and earth descended from the sky above. Everyone was shocked. Subconsciously looking up, they saw Qi's whole body blooming with dazzling sword light. Holding a sword in one hand, a steady stream of sword patterns spread out. Anyone who stepped into the distorted space would be minced into pieces in the next second. Ha! A group of fools, using up the initiative so easily. Let's see how you block my next sword. Qi smiled triumphantly. Qiu Xingyi, Yi Yao, and the others did not hesitate to mobilize all their true yuan to defend themselves and spread out to avoid becoming a concentrated target. However, Qi laughed even more happily. His uplifting smile was disturbing. Ha ha ha! Really stupid, laughing unbridledly. Qi's gaze suddenly turned cold. Following that, his gaze slanted and he directly turned his aura towards Chu Hen, who was fighting against Yuan Yi on the other side. Not good. Yi Yao and Long Xuanxuang were the first to turn pale. Qiu Xingyi and Wang Li also reacted immediately. Damn it, his target is junior brother Chu Hen. Wang. The vibrating sword momentum caused the surrounding space to tremble. Qi stood high up in the sky, looking down at Chu Hen with indifference. The sword in his hand was pointed at Chu Hen's side. Wang, the wind and clouds in the 9 heavens suddenly changed. In the next moment, a gigantic sword shadow that was like a beam of heavenly light from another world suddenly appeared under the sky. Dazzling light flowed around the sword, and light spiraled around it. It was so resplendent that it caused the heavens and the earth to dim in comparison. It exuded an endless aura of destruction. Chapter 1354. Once I get rid of you, everything will be over. A cold and weird smile appeared on Qi-Si's face. Along with the wind and clouds in the 9 heavens, the dazzling sword light caused the world and rivers to dim down. Above the void, as if a gate to another world had opened, a shocking sword shadow with endless destructive aura suddenly penetrated the heavy clouds and appeared above the Tianju Lake. Not good. Damn it. Qiu Xingyi, Yi Yao, Wang Li, and the others all changed their expressions. No one would have thought that Qi would do this. Bastard, you are so despicable. Wang Li roared angrily. However, Chi-Si's face was full of contempt and arrogance. "You are just too stupid." The sword pointed at Chu Hen on the other side, and Chi-Si's eyes were filled with cold light. "Humph! If it weren't for you, Li Xiong wouldn't have died here. Now, it is time for you to step into the underworld." Buzz, the powerful sword aura shrouded Chu Hen, who was fighting fiercely with Yuan Yi, frowned and slightly leaned his body, only to see the dazzling sword radiance sprinkling down like a beam of holy light. At the same time, ring-shaped sword aura intertwined around him. Chu Hen seemed to be trapped in the center of a hurricane. "Hey, it seems that I can't wait for my attack." Yuan Yi smiled playfully and made a goodbye gesture with his left hand. "Goodbye, I won't see you off." After saying that, Yuan Yi's body was surrounded by golden light. Like a goose returning from its nest, he glided to the back gracefully. In an instant, the terrifying sword aura that covered the sky completely wrapped Chu Hen, and the murderous aura was like a storm. "You can laugh proudly in the underworld, since you force me to use my strongest sword." Chi-Si's eyes turned cold, and then a mighty aura swept out. The vigorous sword aura was like a nebula whirlpool. His hand that was holding the sword froze, and the world trembled. The giant sword radiance that pierced through the sky rolled up endless murderous aura and fell. Buzz! The sky shook and the sword shadow circled. The dazzling sword pillar was like a beam of destructive light from another world. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Chi-Si's sword, all the martial arts grandmasters present turned pale with fright. Qiu Xingyi, Wan Li Yiyao, and the rest were both shocked and furious, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. No matter how powerful Chu Hen was, it was impossible for him to block Chi-Si's sword without any preparation. At this moment, everyone in the martial sect felt that the sky had darkened. Only then did Chu Hen turn around. His eyes were filled with a deep chill. A dangerous aura was rapidly approaching. The sweeping sword Qi almost shattered the entire space. A cold and proud smile appeared on Chi-Si's face. "Die!" Suddenly, a ferocious beast roar resounded through the sky. Roar! Without any warning. An awe-inspiring, peerlessly domineering colossus shockingly rushed towards Chu Hen's location. As it moved, the beast's appearance quickly became clearer. Everyone's eyes trembled. It was a gigantic Qilin beast that was burning with black flames. Black Qilin. Wu Yan clenched her fists, her face filled with shock. The black Qilin's 4 hooves stepped on clouds and flames like an ancient beast, charging towards the sky in front of Chu Hen. Inside the gigantic Qilin shadow, there was a young figure with a slightly dispirited aura. He was no longer as outstanding as before. He was no longer as arrogant as before. Even his clothes and long hair were messy. From the beginning to the end, he had not participated in the fierce battle between the two sections. He was like a deserter, standing outside the battlefield, quietly. Such a person, at this moment, had an extremely determined look in his eyes. His dim eyes glowed with arrogance that had not been seen for a long time. The one with the surname Chu, a deep voice came from within the black Qilin's body. The man's eyes were filled with red light as he glanced at the stunned Chu Hen. "I, Pei Yi, do not owe anyone, especially not you. Listen to me. You must lead the martial sect to complete the holy war." Everyone in the martial sect was shocked. Their eyes were filled with shock and unease. Under the many pairs of trembling eyes, Pei Yi, who had transformed into the black Qilin, blocked the space between Chu Hen and Chi-Si like a huge mountain. Bang! Like an endless storm, a shocking giant blade fell mercilessly, instantly piercing through the black Qilin's head. Then it continued to tear apart its gigantic body with an unstoppable force. The unstoppable sword force twisted towards Pei Yi, piercing through everything. Senior brother Pei Yi, everyone in the martial sect, was furious. "Pei Yi, Xiao Xingyi and Wang Li's eyes were wide open. Chu Hen had a face of astonishment as he looked at the proud and aloof figure within the storm of sword qi. He could not help but feel a little dazed in the chaotic space. The terrifying attack pressed down. At this moment, Pei Yi actually smiled. He smiled as arrogantly as before. Then a brilliant light exploded from his eyes as he shouted with all his might, "Martial sect will never bow down!" Boom! In the next moment, a circle of vigorous airwaves surged in all directions, like a halo of meteorites exploding, sweeping across the void. The extremely violent sword wave crushed everything and drowned Pei Yi within it. Pei Yi, who was engulfed by the sword energy, was smashed into pieces along with the gigantic black qilin. Bang! The devastating shockwave exploded, causing the 9 heavens to crack. The sky was filled with dust. It was cold and desolate. When Pei Ye's aura completely disappeared, the hearts of the entire martial sect trembled and their minds were in a trance. The man who was as arrogant as a qilin and looked down on everyone had disappeared in the end. He had withered in this cruel battlefield. In a short moment, a ray of light fell on the merciless holy war. At this moment, Chu Hen's heart felt as if it was covered with spider webs, making it hard for him to breathe. Traces of blood-red light appeared in his eyes, and an extremely cold and vicious aura slowly seeped out. The bloodthirsty beast hidden in his heart seemed to have opened its eyes, glowing with a bloodthirsty light. "This damned thing is really tired of living." Qi Si frowned and said indifferently, "Huh." Before he finished speaking, a cold smile was heard. "The one who should die is you, not him." Everyone's heart was shocked. The air was filled with a vicious and vicious aura that made people's hearts palpitate. What was going on? Everyone's gaze swept towards the same place at the same time. They saw a scarlet blood vapor lingering around Chu Hen's body. His eyes were bloodshot and vicious aura stacked up. Beams of blood-red light shot up into the sky like giant dragons. The biting cold wind was like a blade. The murderous aura that Chu Hen emitted was like a torrent that broke through a dam. Everyone in the martial sect felt inexplicably uneasy. At this moment, Chu Hen looked extremely unfamiliar. His aura was terrifyingly cold. Yi Yao and Long Xuanchuang also had serious expressions. Chapter 1355. The cold wind was like a knife, treating everyone as meat. Monstrous, murderous qi was like a torrent breaking through a dam. Blood-colored, fiendish qi intertwined like a giant dragon and soared into the heavenly river. The world trembled and the wind and clouds changed. Chu Hen's eyes glowed with a blood-colored light, and the aura he released was like that of a giant ancient beast. Buzz, fiendish, baleful qi covered the sky and blotted out the sun. It gathered in the sky above everyone, and the illusory scene of blood flowing into rivers and corpses piling up into mountains could be vaguely seen. In the depths of the path, paved with corpses, there seemed to be a pair of eyes like a dark vortex overlooking the heavens and earth. In an instant, everyone present felt a chill that caused their hearts to palpitate. Even the martial sect members felt that Chu Hen was unfamiliar. Swift light, divine sword Qi Si scrunched his brows. His sword momentum soared, and sharp sword light spread out, turning into beams of extremely lethal sword slashes. He coldly stared at Chu Hen, whose aura was bewitching and demonic. "Humph, don't play tricks in front of me. I understand you now." After speaking, Qi Si charged down, dragging an astonishing majestic sword momentum. The sword qi lingering around his body gathered in front of him, immediately condensing into a piercingly cold giant blade. It was as if man and sword had become one, splitting heaven and earth. The martial sect members were alarmed. "Big brother Chu Hen!" Yi Yao hurriedly called out. Long Xuanchuang also revealed an anxious look. However, at the same time, the area within a radius of several hundred miles emitted a strange rhythm. Wind rose and clouds surged. Giant waves surged. The universe, Genesis chi, and the spiritual power of all living beings in the area rapidly rushed towards the same location, like rivers flowing into the sea. What's going on? Everyone present was secretly alarmed. The vast and mighty spiritual energy of the world gathered in Chu Hen's palm with the power of returning to its origin. Layers upon layers of power continuously poured into his hand. In an instant, the vast area turned dusky yellow, the air turned dark, and the water turned turbid. All the Genesis chi and spirit power within several hundred miles of the heavenly Ju Lake was instantly plundered by Chu Hen. Buzz. An aura that made Zhu Xiao uneasy spread out from Chu Hen's right palm. His entire arm seemed to be bathed in divine splendor. The incomparable power fluctuations caused the surrounding space to distort to the extreme. What a domineering aura. Could it be? Wang Li's eyes widened as he murmured. Qiu Xingyi was also shocked and clenched his fists tightly. Plundering the power of all living things, returning the world to its origin. I can't be wrong, this is... The eyes of Qi Qianying Weyan and the others also trembled. The few of them murmured softly at the same time. Primordial chaos art. Buzz. The Zhu Xiao trembled. Chu Hen's eyes suddenly emitted a terrifying light. Along with the monstrous killing intent that filled the sky, he raised his hand and thrust out his palm. In an instant, 10,000 storms rose and 3,000 bolts of lightning shook the sky. A terrifying palm force that was as dazzling as the bright moon and divine sun poured out. Primordial chaos palm. The surging and whistling palm energy was like a dazzling golden dragon, destroying everything in its path. Everything in the world was overshadowed at this moment. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the giant golden palm that was formed from the spiritual energy of all things hit Qi Si's body. Bang! A piercingly cold shockwave immediately swept across the sky. The moment the two collided, the stars in the sky exploded and light splashed in all directions. The giant blade of sword Qi that had gathered in front of Qi Si was instantly shattered. Qi Si's expression abruptly changed. How is this possible? Before he could react, the terrifying palm force that could pierce through all living things in the world once again slammed into Zhou Yuan's body like a dragon that had emerged from the sea. Bang! It was comparable to the power of a thunderbolt. The heavy sound directly made everyone's heart sink. Qi Si's chest directly caved inwards. His internal organs were all ruptured and his bones were broken. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. Oh my God! The people of the two sects were all shocked. Even Yuan Yi, who was on the other side, could not help but frown. The sudden cold wind became fiercer, and the dark sky seemed to be engulfed by dark clouds. Qi Si, who felt as if he had been hit by a mountain, was extremely fierce. He clenched his divine sword in one hand, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "Damn little bastard, I'm going to smash you!" Before he finished speaking, an ear-piercing sound of a sword shook the Zhu Xiao. After images flashed in the sky, and a cold and merciless killing intent seeped into the depths of one's soul. Qi Si's pupils shrank sharply. The first thing that came into his eyes was the black divine sword with purple electric arcs twining around it. The person holding the sword stood in the air with an indifferent expression, as if he was looking at someone who was about to die. In the depths of his bloodshot eyes, purple light flashed coldly and mockingly. "Your life, I'll take it!" In an instant, Qi Si seemed to have fallen into an infinite black abyss. His whole face was covered with a thick sense of fear. His throat moved slightly. Before he could say no, the phaseless emperor blade, covered with purple electric arcs, flew up into the sky. A dazzling sword light pierced through the sky like a dazzling star in the dark night. Hiss! Blood dyed the sky. Time seemed to have slowed down countless times. Everyone's consciousness seemed to have fallen into a state of stagnation. In the dark void, a figure full of fear was directly split in half. Warm blood and scattered internal organs, scattered all over the sky. A second order, Saint King, realm master died in an instant. At this moment, the divine light sword was completely reduced to a dead man. Clang! At this moment, it was like a thunderclap had exploded in the ears of everyone present, especially the Soaring Cloud sect. It was as if a sharp knife had pierced their hearts. After Thunderbolt Hand Li Xiong, in less than half a cup of tea's time, even Qi Si was killed by Chu Hen. In one day, 2 of the 3 strongest people of the Soaring Cloud sect had been killed. It was simply unimaginable. At this moment, the Soaring Cloud sect began to panic. Everyone looked at the young figure that exuded the aura of death with fear. Kill, no mercy. Chu Hen looked at everyone disdainfully, like a god or a devil. The martial sect people's hearts trembled. Everyone instantly woke up from their trance. Pairs of ferocious eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty light. Kill without mercy. Kill. The short pause did not extinguish the flames of anger in everyone's hearts. Instead, it stimulated all the violence and fierceness hidden in the depths of their hearts. Especially at the moment when Pei Yi was killed, it directly made the martial sect's hatred reach an unprecedented limit. The martial sect would never bow their heads. The only way to vent their hatred was to kill. You really deserve to die. Yuan was filled with anger that he had never felt before. If Li Xiong's death could keep him calm, then Qi Si's crushing defeat finally aroused his anger. Feeling Yuan Yi's extreme hatred and killing intent, Chu Hen responded with indifference. 100 years of enmity will be settled in this battle. I, Chu Hen, will slaughter your Soaring Cloud sect today. The wind was piercingly cold, like the roar of a ghost. Yuan laughed in anger. Ha 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 ha, shameless boasting. Although Li Xiong and Qi Si are dead, it is enough for me to obtain the Formless Emperor Blade and the Yin-Yang Genesis Energy Cauldron today. Humph! Chu Hen sneered. The Formless Emperor Blade belongs to those who are capable. You are not worthy. Then let's see if I'm worthy or not. After speaking, Yuan Yi's aura sword and the essential Yuan power released from his body swept out with a momentum that could stir the sky. Golden light shot out from his eyes, and the power that constantly stacked together was like a mountain torrent. Rumble! Then the 9 heavens trembled, accompanied by surging thunderclouds and countless dazzling rays of light sprinkled down from the sky. Rays of star-like light shrouded the sky, and all the rays of light rapidly connected, like rays of light intertwining between the stars. In an instant, a complicated large starlight array appeared above Chu Hen's head. An incomparably powerful energy pulsed from it. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly, and a layer of mighty light surged out from the starlight array. Then, a huge lion's face rushed out from it. The terrifying aura was like that of a god from another world, and the pressure that constantly surged down caused the surface of the entire lake of sky despair to sink. What a terrifying power! The expressions of the martial sect people changed again and again. Qiu Xingyi, Yi Yao, Long Xuanchuang, and the others all had a grave expression on their faces. On the other hand, the Soaring Cloud sect people breathed a sigh of relief, and each and every one of them wore a vicious expression. Humph! Only death awaits those who have angered senior brother Yuan Yi. No matter how you struggle, your martial sect will die without a burial place. Rumble. The surroundings trembled, and a huge pressure fell like a meteorite from outer space. The fierce lion's giant mouth opened wide, and a deafening sound rang out. Break into pieces. Yuan shouted loudly. Divine seal of celestial dipper lion. Roar. The aurora glorious sun illuminated the earth and rivers, and the water and lake below all surged. Chu Hen was like a butterfly ant under the radiance of the sun and moon. Following the suppression of the golden lion's 5 palms, Endless rays of light quickly engulfed him. The all-out attack of a third-order Saint King Realm Master could really destroy heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, the faces of the martial sect people all turned pale. But no one had the ability to get close, and they were all blocked by Yuan Yi's monstrous momentum. However, just at the moment when the infinite light was about to completely submerge Chu Hen, a loud dragon roar suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. Roar, the impassioned dragon roar that went straight to the depths of the soul, resounded throughout heaven and earth. Before anyone could react, boom! There was a deafening noise, as if the void had exploded, and a majestic beam of light directly pierced the sky, surging from the giant lion. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the golden divine lion seal, which was like a bright moon and a star, suddenly exploded. The strong, undulating shock wave was like an exploding nebula. It directly crushed everyone present. The void cracked and thunder rumbled. The rivers below flowed backwards, and all the buildings in the lake of heaven despair collapsed one after another. The island in the middle of the lake also instantly sank under the huge waves. Roar! In the chaotic storm of power, a behemoth soared into the sky. The invisible, majestic pressure seemed to come from an ancient noble god, and everyone's pupils shrank to the size of a needle. It was a ferocious dragon. This giant dragon had no flesh and blood, nor did it have any dragon scales. All it had was a terrifying skeleton. A layer of illusory golden aura flame surrounded the skeleton, making it look like a layer of illusory flesh. From afar, every bone was like a beautiful piece of jade, glowing with a luxurious light. The most eye-catching thing was its terrifying dragon head. Its huge head was also left with only a skeleton. In its empty eye sockets, there were 2 balls of red flames surging, like a zombie divine dragon. Looking at the giant dragon skeleton, everyone felt like they were standing in front of an ancient beast. A real dragon. A trembling voice came from Wang Li's mouth. Qiu Xingyi, Qi Qianying Wuyan, and the others all widened their eyes in extreme shock. Although it was only a skeleton, the ferocious aura was especially clear. Similarly, the Lingyun sect was incomparably shocked. Who was this person? Who was this god? Time and time again, he used his trump card, constantly destroying their faith. Roar! The huge dragon skeleton roared at the blue dome of heaven with the power of a coiling dragon. It was like a protective spirit that blocked Chu Hen behind it. However, at this moment, a gust of cold wind suddenly attacked Chu Hen from behind. Yuan Yi, with a sinister look on his face, directly bypassed the giant dragon skeleton and slammed his palm toward Chu Hen's body with a murderous intent. Die! He did not conceal the murderous intent in his eyes. At this moment, Yuan Yi had already regarded Chu Hen as a great enemy that he must kill. Even if it was during the chaos, he must kill him. Qiu Xingyi, Yi Yao, Long Xuan, and the others' faces darkened, and they immediately flew forward without hesitation. Stop him! Brother Chu Hen, be careful! Although they were extremely fast, Yuan Yi's palm was already in front of Chu Hen. A cold smile quietly bloomed on Yuan Yi's face. Suddenly, just when Yuan Yi's fatal palm was about to fall on Chu Hen, a strange wave of power surged, followed by a ghostly black shadow appearing between the two without any warning. That was... Everyone in the martial sect was stunned. The black shadow was almost the same as Chu Hen, both in outline and shape. It gave people the feeling that it was a doppelganger in the darkness. At the same time, the black shadow suddenly brewed an extremely shocking and powerful aura. Buzz, buzz! Accompanied by the constantly trembling, overbearing black light. The space in front of the black shadow suddenly distorted to the extreme, and a black cyclone rotated rapidly. Kacha! With a crisp sound, a crack suddenly appeared in the center of the cyclone. A space-devouring hole? How could it be? Qiu Xingyi exclaimed. Everyone in the room was shocked to the extreme. The crack that appeared collapsed outward at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, it expanded into a disc-sized space-devouring hole. Even the space could not withstand the power. It was absolutely shocking to the extreme. Yuan Yi, who was in front of the palm, also changed his expression. He could clearly see the space-time turbulence shuttling through the cracked space. Every stream of space turbulence was like a rapidly flickering beam of light, and every inch of it contained an extremely terrifying destructive power. In a hurry, Yuan Yi hurriedly withdrew his palm. But in the next moment, Chu Hen, who was behind the black shadow, gave a cold smile. Too late! What? The moment his voice fell, the space-devouring hole in front of the black shadow directly burst out with a powerful suction force. Yuan Yi, who was already in a difficult situation, seemed to be pulled forward by an invisible giant hand. Buzz! In an instant, Yuan Yi's right palm directly hit the black shadow's chest. Yuan Yi's pupils were about to crack, and his face was pale. Bang! With a heavy explosion, a chaotic cyclone surged and blood and flesh burst out. A shrill scream sounded, and Yuan Yi's arm was immediately crushed by the horrible space-devouring hole. Chapter 1356. An angry and mournful scream resounded, and Yuan Yi's face suddenly became distorted. The raging cyclone continued to sweep out from the black shadow, and the space-devouring hole was like the mouth of an abyss that swallowed everything. The space turbulence inside was terrifying enough to crush everything. Bang! Followed by a heavy explosion, accompanied by a rain of blood and debris all over the sky. The panicked Yuan Yi flew back in an extremely embarrassing manner. Looking at his appearance again, everyone present could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Almost 2/3 of Yuan Yi's entire right arm had disappeared. The fracture was extremely irregular, the flesh was badly mangled, and the bones were even visible. It was hard to look straight at. Scarlet blood continued to spill out. Yuan Yi's eyes were wide open, and his originally extraordinary facial features were twisted together. His expression was both angry and extremely ferocious. I said, "Today I will slaughter all the people of Soaring Cloud sect." The corner of Chu Hen's mouth rose slightly, with a mocking smile like that of a god of death. The black shadow stacked up, exuding the power of a demon. Yuan Yi's body trembled and his eyes were red. Amidst the momentary panic, Yuan Yi glared fiercely at the ferocious giant dragon skeleton and the black shadow that looked like a fiend god. A touch of fear flashed in his eyes. In a hurry, Yuan Yi gritted his teeth and roared, "I will never let you go. Yuan Yi will definitely tear all of you into pieces." After saying that, Yuan Yi directly leaped, turned into a ray of light, and fled into the sky. He escaped. The strongest chief disciple of Soaring Cloud sect abandoned the battle and fled. The appearance of this scene was completely out of everyone's expectations. Qiu Xingyi, Wang Li, Wu Yan, and others were also in a trance. 3 Saint King Realm Masters of Soaring Cloud sect. 2 died and 1 escaped. All died in the hands of Chu Hen. And if Yuan Yi, a 3rd Order Saint King Realm Master, wanted to leave, no one could stop him. In that instant of shock, Qiu Xingyi, Wang Li, and the others simultaneously swept their gazes over the remaining members of the Lingyun sect. Their cold gazes revealed an indifferent chill. In an instant, unprecedented fear and panic quickly spread in the hearts of the remaining Lingyun sect members. If the defeat of Li Xiong and Qi Si was not enough to make them panic, then the defeat of Yuan Yi made them fall into the abyss of despair. Pairs of bloodthirsty eyes and cold smiles appeared on the faces of the people of the martial sect. The cloud-soaring sect was in a complete panic. He had no fighting spirit at all. Go. His trembling voice was filled with fear. Retreat. Without any hesitation, like a defeated army that had lost its general, the people of the Lingyun sect immediately scattered and fled. However, How could the martial sect be magnanimous enough to let them leave? Isn't it too late to leave now? It's our turn. Kill! Kill! Qiu Xingyi, Wang Li Wuyan, Zhao Qingyi, and the rest of the martial ancestor sect disciples roared. All the disciples of the Wuzong sect roared furiously, like a pack of ferocious beasts. At this moment, the flames of vengeance spread like wildfire. Monstrous killing intent stacked up as the bloodthirsty figures carried out the fiercest counterattack. Kill! Kill all the dogs of the cloud-soaring sect. Take revenge for our brothers who died. Take revenge for senior brother Pei. Kill! At this moment, a one-sided slaughter began to unfold. With a heart full of hatred, the flames of revenge, and the endless regrets left behind by the seniors who had been recruited in the last holy war, the people of the martial sect had all turned into life-taking hunters, reaping the bloody harvest of the Lingyun sect's people. Hiss! Chi! The sound of swords cutting through flesh was sharp and clear. The sound of fists and palms breaking bones was heavy and violent. The sounds of killing, screams, and angry roars interweaved into a magnificent symphony. Every martial sect disciple had tears of blood in their eyes. The anger and resentment that had accumulated to the extreme erupted without any reservation. They had been forced into the abyss of despair. Only by killing until their arms were numb could they vent their anger. Kill, kill, kill. Hundreds of years of hatred and killing intent. The situation was completely reversed. The hunter and the prey had switched places. The massacre continued. Red rain fell, and corpses were everywhere. The water of the Tianjua Lake had long been dyed into a sea of blood. The bloody battle would not end until one side was dead. Ow! The giant dragon skeleton roared into the sky like a zombie dragon spirit. It hovered in the air above Chu Hen, looking down at the bloody purgatory. Chu Hen stood in the air, his gaze indifferently observing everything that was happening before him. He was like a king who controlled everyone's death. The sky was dark and blood dyed the sky. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The blade was blunt and the grudge was cut off. The people of the martial sect were even numb with their swords. Even their voices were hoarse from shouting. For 3 whole days they kept on killing. When the last enemy of the cloud-soaring sect was killed, blood stained the land for thousands of miles. The raging flames of hatred burned everything. The avengers who were immersed in killing would not rest until they were dead. On the morning of the 4th day, the noise that had lasted for a long time gradually calmed down. The morning sun shone through the thick clouds and gradually fell on the surface of the Tianjua Lake. The blood-red water exuded a different kind of poignant beauty under the sunlight. There were countless corpses floating in the water. Some of the beasts in the water that were eating the corpses had long been frightened and hid in the depths. Even the legendary Azura battlefield could not compare to such a bloody scene. On a mountain in the north of the Tianjua Lake, the people of the martial sect were silent. Everyone just quietly looked at the blood lake and the people around them. Almost everyone's body was covered in blood and dirt. Moreover, he was covered in wounds and exhausted. They could no longer feel the pain from their wounds, and all the nerves in their bodies seemed to be numb. The baptism of killing and the pouring of blood had greatly changed the temperament of the people of the martial sect. Compared to before, everyone's eyes were cold and sharp. This was the indifference after the ups and downs, the great sorrow and joy. After watching their companions being tortured to death, they picked up their swords without hesitation. In a short period of 3 days, the killing brought about more than just revenge. Even Wu Mian, Ding Xiaoyun, and the other losers at the bottom of the ranking had now revealed a never-before-seen hostility in their eyes. This was a kind of sublimation, and also a kind of growth. I actually survived. Wu Mian grinned, but his smile was a little dry. He looked back at the people around him. On the day they came to Wanzhong City, they had a few thousand companions. Now, there were less than 1,000 left. The recruitment of the Holy War was so cruel. That's right. We actually survived. Ding Xiaoyan smiled bitterly. Even senior brother Pei Yi died in battle, but the few of us who are the most useless survived. Although it was a little self-deprecating, it was more of a relief. At least they survived. Taimen, what about your arm? Xiaoyan asked worriedly. Taimen glanced at his empty right shoulder and shook his head. It's fine, this is my honor as a member of the martial sect. Honor! Wu Mian, Ding Xiaoyan, and Wild Monkey looked at each other and smiled. That's right. The martial sect will never lower its head. The bleak, cold wind was a little chilly, and the martial sect members were like sharp blades. Qiu Xingyi, Yi Yao, Long Xuanchuang, Wang Li Wuyan, Zhao Qingyi, Zhao Qingkai, and the rest stood silently behind one person. At the edge of the cliff, the young figure was like a statue, especially his side profile, as if it had been meticulously carved with a guillotine, giving off an indescribable sense of determination. Looking at Chu Hen's back, everyone's eyes were filled with respect. Even Qiu Xingyi was the same. It was not an exaggeration to say that Chu Hen had single-handedly turned the tide in this battle. If he had not killed Li Xiong, Qi Si, and defeated Yuan Yi, he would not have ended up like this. Everyone had many questions in their hearts. What was Chu Hen's background? Why did he have such a terrifying trump card? No one knew when he had learned the North Star technique and killed many geniuses on the ranking list. Even the sect leader of the martial sect, Dongfang Hengji, had secretly taught him the mixed yuan skill. However, these questions would only be buried in their hearts. Compared to what Chu Hen had done, these questions seemed insignificant. Just at that moment, Chu Hen's body moved a bit, then turned around. Everyone was startled as they looked at each other with anticipation. Chu Hen's aura was a little cold, and there was a faint chill between his brows. Brother Chu Hen? Yi Yao called out softly. Long Xuanchuang pursed her red lips and clenched her fists. Seeing the two girls, Chu Hen's gaze softened and he nodded slightly. He then looked at Qiu Xingyi, Wang Li, and the rest. Let's heal first. The few of them were stunned. They looked at each other and nodded. Those with more serious injuries rest here. Qiu Xingyi turned to look at Ningyu, Wu Mian, and the rest behind him and said, Those with less serious injuries, follow us to sort out the corpses of our dead brothers. After the sacred war ends, bring them back to the sect and give them a proper burial. Fallen leaves return to their roots. The dead passed on, the living did not abandon. Everyone in the martial sect heaved a deep sigh of relief and nodded solemnly. Even if they were dead, there would be people to collect the corpses. This was also the only thing the surviving martial sect disciples could do for their fallen comrades. Sigh. Wang Li let out a long sigh and looked up at the sky. It's a pity that Pei Yi didn't even keep his corpse. As he said this, Wu Yan, Ningyu, Zhao Qingyi, and the rest could not help but shake their heads and sigh, their eyes red. Back in the sect, Pei Yi had been hated by the others, especially Wu Yan, who had almost died at the hands of Pei Yi during the sect war. But at this moment, all their past grievances seemed to have disappeared. All that was left was respect for Pei Yi. He is the hero of the martial sect. Zhao Qingkai, who had always disliked Pei Yi, murmured softly. Lofty sentiments stained the blue sky. Heroic souls returned on horseback. Tragic, desolate, but also hopeful. When the smoke dissipated, only corpses were left on the ground. Everyone subconsciously looked up at the sky, through the layers of clouds and into the vast blue heavens. Wherever their eyes landed, it seemed to expand infinitely. The sacred war had not ended. Chapter 1357. Are you guys also looking for the people from the martial sect? An old bridge traversed between the east and the west, and the water flowed rapidly under the bridge. If one looked closely, they would find that the water was slightly red, and there was a faint, blood-red color to it. At this moment, the people from the two factions on the bridge unexpectedly met. What? Are you guys the same? The speaker was a young man with piercingly cold eyes and a vigorous aura. The faint aura it exuded had already reached the level of a saint king. His gaze was filled with surprise as he looked at a young man in a red robe in front of him. The man was quite handsome, but his eyebrows and hair were fiery red. The young man with red eyebrows was also slightly surprised. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Ha! Just what is it that can make the chief disciple of your heaven condensing pavilion, Yang Su, personally come?" The man called Yang Su smiled calmly. "Ha ha, aren't you the same?" For the profound Yang Palace's #1, Hien, to personally lead the team, it seems like the martial sect is really unlucky this time. Both sides were obviously familiar with each other. They were no one else. They were the top-grade forces of the Midland, the profound Sun Palace, and the Cloud Rising Pavilion. Profound Yang Palace, Hien. Chixiao Pavilions, Yang Su. They were all top geniuses of the Saint King realm, and they were also well-known monsters on the Wind Cloud list. At this moment, both of them had personally led their sects here. It was more or less a coincidence. Since we've met here, then don't keep us in suspense. Why are you looking for the martial sect? Chixiao Pavilion's Yang Su asked. Hien frowned slightly, his gaze focused, and then he replied, "Humph, you already know the answer. A little thief from the martial sect killed my junior brother, Lu Minghong." Simple and direct. As he spoke, Hien turned to the side and cast a glance at Lu Wuiyue, who was standing not far behind him. The former fatal elegance was extraordinary and as bright as the stars. Now, her expression was a little gloomy, and her eyes were surging with intense hatred and hatred. Yang Su wasn't surprised by Hien's words. The news of Lu Minghong, a genius on the Wind Cloud list, being killed on the first day of the sacred battle conscription had spread like wildfire. "What about you? Why are you looking for the martial sect?" Hien asked coldly. Yang Su's gaze was cold, and his tone was clearly much colder. "Same as you." "Oh." Hien was a little surprised. "That bastard named Chu Hen killed Qin Shui." The moment these words came out, the profound Yang Palace's side became restless. After all, many people saw Lu Minghong being killed by Chu Hen. As for when Qin Shui was killed, only a few people, including the 10-feathered demon blade Li Yanqing, saw it. Li Yanqing, who was in the Qi Shao Pavilion team, also had a gloomy expression. "Humph, this damned martial ancestor is simply too daring. I have to get back at him. An eye for an eye. A mere martial arts grandmaster dares to provoke our two great powers. They have reached the end of their road." It was the same anger. It was the same reason. The profound Yang Palace and the heaven condensing pavilion had a tacit understanding. Shoo! Whoosh! Suddenly, right at this moment, two rapid sounds of wind being torn apart successively flew over from the horizon in front of them. Buzz! A slight airwave spread out on the ground as two figures landed on the bridge at almost the same time. "Senior brother Yang Su, we found the martial ancestor." "Senior brother Hien, we found the martial ancestor." The two of them spoke almost at the same time with the same solemn and uneasy tone. Then, the two of them looked at each other in surprise. Yang Su and Hien's cold eyes shot out a frightening cold light. "Where is it?" they asked in unison. However, the two disciples who came back to report frowned deeply and gritted their teeth, as if they were unwilling to answer. Everyone present frowned when they saw the two of them stammering. "Where exactly is it?" Hien's voice was clearly cold. The two of them trembled slightly. After looking at each other, one of them replied with a pale face, Tianju Lake, Tianju Lake?" Yang Su and Hien narrowed their eyes. Just as the two of them were about to move, the person continued. Ling Yun sect is also there." "Oh, Ling Yun sect." There was a commotion on both sides. Not many people present were unfamiliar with the Ling Yun sect. Everyone knew about the grudge between the Lingyun sect and the martial ancestor. In particular, during the last sacred war, the Lingyun sect had destroyed the cultivation of all the geniuses of the martial ancestor who possessed the sacred physique. It was also because of that heroic act that the Lingyun sect's prestige caused many sects to feel fear. The martial ancestor had almost been destroyed. Since the Lingyun sect is there, there's no need for us to go. A person from the profound Yang Palace said with a smile, "The Lingyun sect is definitely going to play the same old trick again. It's not impossible for us to clean up the mess." "That's right. We can't just let this go." Looking at the excited crowd, the faces of the two young disciples turned even uglier. One of them clenched his teeth and said, A few days ago, the martial ancestor and the Lingyun sect had a huge battle. A few thousand people from the Lingyun sect were all massacred, annihilated." When the crowd heard these words, the noisy atmosphere instantly became dead silent. "What did you say? Who was annihilated?" Someone doubted that they had heard wrong. The man clenched his teeth and said, word by word, "The Lingyun sect was completely annihilated. The entire lake of absolute heaven was filled with rivers of blood." This time, everyone heard it very clearly. Every word was like a bolt from the blue that exploded in everyone's mind. In a split second, everyone from profound Yang Palace and even Heaven Pavilion widened their eyes in disbelief as they stared at the two people standing in the middle. Even He Yen and Yang Su had looks of shock on their faces. "You, what did you say?" Yang Su clenched his fists and stared at the other side. The Lingyun sect was defeated? How is that possible? What about the 3 Saint King realm masters? The man took a deep breath again and replied with great certainty. Thunderbolt Hand Li Xiong and Swift Light Divine Sword Chi Si were killed one after another. As for Yuan Yi, he lost an arm and escaped. The others were all slaughtered by the martial ancestor without exception. A clear look of horror appeared on their faces. Everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He Yen asked with a trembling voice, Who did it?" "Chu Hen." Boom! These 2 simple words, once again, caused everyone's bodies to tremble, especially Lu Wuyu. Her originally gloomy face was now completely devoid of blood. She then fell to the ground in a daze. The hatred she felt just now had turned into deep fear. Chu Hen! If these 2 words were angry to the people just now, it had turned into fear now. Everyone knew how powerful the Lingyun sect was. The 3 Saint King realm powerhouses were even more famous. However, the phrase "slaughtered to the last man" instantly wiped away all of their prestige. They still found it hard to believe. However, they had to believe it. That Chu Hen, just how terrifying was he? Dead silence. Not a sound could be heard. He Yen and Yang Su, the 2 geniuses on the excellence list, were pale as well. The water under the bridge was still flowing quickly, but the red color in the water had become extremely glaring. The heavenly severance lake was destroyed by the Lingyun sect. On the peak of a steep mountain, a young figure with a heroic spirit between his brows looked at the river that was dyed red with blood with a grave expression. The corpses in the water had already been eaten by the demon beasts in the lake. It was unbearable to look at. No one had expected that a sect as powerful as the Cloud-Soaring sect would be the first sect to be annihilated in the Holy War. The one who annihilated them was a martial ancestor sect. The 6 paths of reincarnation are really good. I guess the profound Sun Palace, Soaring Heaven Pavilion, and Imperial Sword sect are going to panic now. The man mumbled to himself. A domineering figure that emitted a monstrous, dark energy appeared in his mind. And that person... Interesting. This is the sign that the Holy War is going to change. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of someone stepping on the air could be heard from afar. It was accompanied by an extremely dissatisfied voice. "Lunatic E, do you want to anger us to death? Every time we send you a signal, you don't come. It's because of you that our Hanyan sect has already lost 3 keys. If you don't go, we'll lose the 4th key." The man grinned, revealing a clean smile. "I'm sorry, I'm too engrossed in this matter. I'll go now." As soon as he finished speaking, he left an afterimage on the spot and leaped into the sky. The southwest direction. "Boss, where are you going?" "Got it." The man wanted to cry, but no tears came out when he looked at E-Province, where he could not even tell north from south. You can really come up with all kinds of excuses. Either you're lost or you're being intercepted by a beauty, and you're so engrossed in this matter. "I'm going crazy," the man cursed. He was annoyed and amused at the same time. Then his expression changed abruptly. "What's this?" The man's face turned pale when he saw the corpses all over the ground and the bloody river. He felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 1358. Buzz, buzz. The mountains and rivers trembled and the sky changed color. Accompanied by a strong spatial rhythm, the earth split open. Cracks that looked like a giant spider web quickly appeared in the center of an ancient city. This was an ancient city that exuded an ancient aura. After experiencing the baptism of wind and frost for tens of thousands of years, many majestic buildings had been eroded by the wind. However, at a glance, it still looked imposing. The pavilions towered into the sky, and the fortresses were like mountain pillars. It gave off a majestic aura that had lasted for a long time. Rumble, along with a heavy bang, a dazzling light burst out from the ground that was rapidly cracking open. It was like golden magma seeping out from the ground. The strange light mixed with each other and then formed an ancient talisman array that spanned thousands of feet. Buzz! Countless luxurious flowing lights shone out, and an even more astonishing power spread out. An especially dazzling golden light burst out from the center of the talisman array. A layer of vast and mighty light waves surged, and the ground rose in an arc. There seemed to be the sound of rocks rubbing against each other in the air, and a giant door slowly rose. Rapid gales and a piercingly cold cyclone spread out in all directions. The giant door was more than 100 feet wide, and there were signs that looked like dragon heads on both sides. It was like a heavenly pillar rising from the surface of the water, and it was quite imposing. "The relic has opened." At this moment, the people of the martial arts sect who had arrived looked at the sacred relic in front of them with anticipation. Everyone was visibly moved by his words. Even Qiu Xingyi, Wang Li, Wu Yan, and the others' eyes were shining. Previously, at the wind-slaying platform, they had taken a secret key from Yang Zongxiao of the Five Elements clan. If not for the Lingyun sect, the martial arts sect would have arrived here long ago. It was also because of that fierce battle that there were less than 1,000 martial arts sect disciples who had successfully made it here. Whoosh! Soon, the gate of the relic opened completely. A thick wave of air swept out in all directions. In the center of the giant talisman array, the luxurious and bright gate was like a plain passage to the heavenly palace. The giant golden gate that had stopped rising was almost parallel to the tallest building in the city. It stood in the center of the ancient city, with a layer of rippling light screen floating in the middle. Although it was impossible to see what was inside, it had a mysterious charm that drew people in. "Go in," Qiu Xingyi said loudly. Everyone's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for this moment. "Go." In an instant, the people of the martial sect were like a school of fish and prawns that had entered a fishing net. They advanced wave after wave towards the golden door. Buzz! Every time a person flashed through, a faint ripple would appear on the golden light screen in the center of the giant door. Everyone rushed in one after another, causing the space to tremble. "I'm really looking forward to it." Wang Li let out a long sigh to calm her restless emotions. "Yeah. I wonder what's inside." Wu Yan clenched her fists. "Then what are we waiting for?" Zhao Qingyi asked. The few of them looked at each other in tacit understanding and immediately followed the others to the entrance of the ruins. "Chu Hen, aren't you guys going?" At this moment, Zhao Qingkai saw Chu Hen, Yi Yao and Long Xuanchuang standing at the back unmoved. Her words caused Qiu Xingyi, Wang Li, and the rest to stop in their tracks and turn to look at her in confusion. Chu Hen nodded slightly and replied calmly, "You guys go first." Compared to the others' excitement, Chu Hen was especially calm, even a little indifferent. The group looked at each other, and although they were confused, they still nodded. "All right, hurry up and come in." "Zhao," Qin Kai instructed. Yi Yao and Long Xuanchuang nodded. The speed at which the group entered the ruins was very fast. One after another, shadows flashed into the ruins. The noisy and bustling ancient city quickly returned to silence. In the blink of an eye, only Chu Hen, Long Xuanchuang, Yi Yao, and the Yin-Yang beast Noni were left. At this moment, Noni had returned to the form of an ordinary kitten, but his appearance was slightly different from before. His 4 paws were faintly surging with cloud-like yin and yang flames, and there was a vertical mark in the center of his forehead, which looked like a closed eye. Noni looked towards Chu Hen with a strange expression. It could clearly sense an obscure evil aura coming from Chu Hen's body. It had never sensed such hostility before. Chu Hen naturally sensed the uneasiness that Noni was feeling towards him. He turned to look at the other party, and when their gazes met, Noni actually took a few steps back towards Yao. "Big brother Chu Hen, Noni is now the artifact spirit of the Yin-Yang Genesis energy cauldron." Yi Yao's red lips parted slightly as she spoke. "Oh." Chu Hen's handsome eyebrows slightly raised, feeling a bit surprised. "It's like this." The 2 girls then began to briefly explain to Chu Hen what had happened in the Yin-Yang Genesis energy cauldron. Back then, the Yin-Yang beast Noni had fallen into a predicament and was about to be devoured by the artifact spirit of the Yin-Yang Genesis energy cauldron. In order to save Noni, Yi Yao had no choice but to refine the Genesis energy cauldron. In order to create more time for Yi Yao, Chu Hen and Wu Yan had put on a good show to trick Qin Shui and the others away. The task after that was completed by Yi Yao and Long Xuanchuang. However, the Yin-Yang Genesis energy cauldron was ranked 19th on the divine weapon list, and Yi Yao had underestimated its power. While refining the cauldron, she had nearly suffered a backlash from the divine weapon's power. "How did you complete the rest?" Chu Hen was a little curious. Although the Yin-Yang Genesis energy cauldron was powerful, Yao had not only successfully refined it, but had also broken through to the Saint King stage. It could be said that she had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Yi Yao smiled mysteriously. "Big brother Chu Hen is so smart. Why don't you take a guess?" The corners of Chu Hen's mouth rose slightly, but he shook his head. "I can't guess." Long Xuanchuang's beautiful eyes faintly rippled as she explained. The yin-yang source qi gathered in the cauldron. Chu Hen's eyelids lifted. He was momentarily surprised, but he soon understood. The yin-yang Genesis energy cauldron contained a tremendous amount of source qi. The yang source qi could incinerate flames. The yin source qi could cause wind to corrode one's body. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was definitely a fatal, bone-corroding poison. But for Yi Yao, who possessed the bloodline boundary of the ultimate sacred body, this was a rare source of nourishment. During the process of refining the yin-yang Genesis energy cauldron, Yi Yao took a gamble and continuously absorbed the yin-yang source qi that had been gathered in the cauldron for tens of thousands of years into her body. How shocking was that majestic power! Then, by relying on the endless and powerful source qi in the cauldron, Yi Yao's cultivation advanced like a hot knife through butter, directly breaking through the ranks of the Saint King stage. And with the support of the Saint King stage, Yi Yao successfully refined the yin-yang Genesis energy cauldron. However, it had been too long. The yin-yang beast Noni had also been devoured by the artifact spirit. Fortunately, Noni's remnant soul had not disappeared. After some effort, Noni's remnant soul had devoured the artifact spirit and replaced it. Some artifact spirits could be separated from the body of the artifact, just like the artifact spirit of the formless Emperor Blade. Therefore, the yin-yang beast Noni, standing in front of Chu Hen, had already been reborn, becoming a ferocious creature that possessed the power to destroy. So that's how it is. After listening to Yi Yao's explanation, Chu Hen couldn't help but understand. This is also an opportunity for you. Yes, I never dreamed that I would be able to step into the Saint King stage in this life. It was obvious that Yi Yao was very excited, her big watery eyes flashing brightly. The Saint King stage was an absolute expert, an existence that could be ranked on the wind and cloud list. It was a realm that everyone yearned for. Don't show off in front of me. Don't you know that I'm very envious? Long Xuan shook her head and smiled. Yi Yao stuck out her tongue mischievously. Sister Xian Shuang, your talent is higher than mine. You will definitely catch up to me soon. That's not necessarily true. Since ancient times, many talented monsters have been stuck. Cough, cough. Before Long Xuan could finish her words, she suddenly coughed. She gently covered her mouth and nose and turned around slightly. Chapter 1359. Are you hurt? Chu Hen frowned slightly and asked in a low voice. Long Xuan's pretty face changed slightly. She shook her head and smiled no. However, Chu Hen's brows furrowed even deeper. He stared at Long Xuan's elegant and refined face. His gaze was extremely sharp. The cough of Long Xuan just now was low and hollow. If one didn't listen carefully, one wouldn't notice it. Only when the lungs were torn or penetrated would there be such a sound in the cough. The other party's denial aroused Chu Hen's suspicions. I'm really fine. Long Xuan smiled in relief. But Chu Hen's eyes didn't ease. Instead, they became sharper. He stared right into Long Xuan's phoenix eyes, and his voice was filled with coldness. Who is it? The coldness that was being emitted from Chu Hen's body formed an invisible pressure that caused Long Xuan's heart to tremble. She subconsciously took a few steps back. Brother Chu Hen. Yi Yao, who was at the side, hurried forward to stop her. She held onto Long Xuan's wrist. Brother Chu Hen, you are scaring Sister Xuan. Woo! Noni, the yin-yang beast, also supported himself with his 4 paws and made a low, alert sound. Chu Hen's eyes relaxed a little, and the coldness between his eyebrows disappeared. Then he said to Long Xuan apologetically, I'm sorry. I just don't want anyone to hurt you. Long Xuan felt warm in her heart. She shook her head slightly when she saw the concern in Chu Hen's eyes. It's okay. I'm really fine. Who did it? Chu Hen continued to ask, but his tone was obviously much softer. Judging from Long Xuan's hollow cough, it could be roughly determined that her injury was not a new one from the battle with the cloud-soaring sect. Moreover, if it was caused during the battle of the Lingyun sect, there was no need for them to hide it. Seeing that Long Xuan still refused to speak, Chu Hen turned his gaze to Yi Yao. The latter pursed her lips, glanced at Long Xuan and said, We don't know who they are, but their cultivations are very strong. Long Xuan frowned and tugged at Yi Yao's sleeve. Chu Hen immediately opened his mouth. Continue. Seeing that she could no longer hide it, Yi Yao let out a deep breath and looked at Chu Hen solemnly. On the way to meet up with you, we were intercepted by 2 people. From the way they addressed each other, it seems like they're siblings. The woman's cultivation base is at the Saint King stage, and the man is a rank 3 Saint Grade Inscription Master. Saint King stage and Saint Grade Inscription Master? The corner of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. Why did they target you? Yi Yao shook her head and said doubtfully, I don't know the specifics, but they snatched Sister Xian Shuang's Ice Divine Stone. Snatched the Ice Divine Stone? Chu Hen's face immediately surged with a layer of frost. He looked back at Long Xuan with a cold gleam in his eyes. Long Xuan sighed helplessly. In the end, she could not hide it anymore. Those two people both possess extremely powerful ice attribute bloodlines. They must have sensed the aura of the ice god stone on my body and are purely here to snatch the treasures. That's not it. They didn't hold back at all. Yi Yao muttered softly. Long Xuan Xuang signaled Yi Yao with her eyes that there was no need for her to say anything. Then she held Chu Hen's wrist and said with a gentle smile, "It's all right, aren't we doing fine?" Without waiting for Long Xuan Xuang to finish speaking, Chu Hen said, "You can still sense the location of the ice divine stone, right?" Long Xuan Xuang was stunned. She wanted to deny it, but Chu Hen's resolute expression made her not know what to do. The ice divine stone was obtained from the underground ice palace in the North Chuan ice territory. It was an inherited divine item left behind by the Ice Emperor. Back then, Chu Hen had brought Long Xuan Xuang to the North Chuan ice territory, and with the help of Shifeng Zi, he had ordered her bloodline boundary to be upgraded to a saint body. Then he had put the ice divine stone into his pouch. Although the divine stone had not completely recognized him as its master, Long Xuan Xuang had long ago established a connection with the ice divine stone in terms of power. At a certain distance, he could still sense it. "Go find them," Chu Hen said resolutely. But Long Xuan Xuang wanted to dissuade him. But Chu Hen's expression was unquestionable. He looked into her beautiful eyes and made up his mind. "I won't allow anyone to hurt you. Even if you don't want to, I will find a way to find them." His dignified brows were filled with the arrogance of a king. In his eyes, Long Xuan Xuang was his closest relative, absolutely intolerable. Soon after, the three of them did not follow the people of the martial sect into the giant golden door. Instead, they turned into a few shadows and flew in another direction, disappearing in the sky above the ancient city in the blink of an eye. The dusk was dim, and the sunset glow was like fire. The boundless peaks and mountains were like giant beasts guarding the sky. The winding rivers were like dazzling diamonds falling on the earth. A majestic palace stood between the mountains and rivers. The palace was incomparably majestic, and there were many protective pavilions in the surroundings. There were also iron chains and bridges around it. Under the cover of the night, the palace was like a celestial palace, glowing with dazzling light like stars. Swoosh! At this moment, a ghost-like figure flew in this direction. The person first paused at the periphery, then directly flashed toward the palace gate. Long steps, magnificent pillars. The person's eyes surged with vigilance, paused for a moment, then entered the palace. Without any obstacles, he stepped into the palace. The sound of footsteps reverberated, and it was very clear. The inside of the palace was dim, with an ancient and desolate aura. Just as the person scanned the surroundings, a whoosh sound of air waves stacked up, and two flames suddenly lit up on both sides of the palace. The person was shocked. Looking up, in a hall that looked like an emperor's throne, a figure shrouded in shadows sat on the throne. "Hee, looks like you're in a bit of a mess. Yuan, war god." There was a hint of playfulness in the slightly provocative tone. The person standing in the middle of the hall had a slight change of expression, then looked at the figure in the hall with awe. "I didn't expect things to turn out like this. I was too careless," he said. "Where are the others?" "They're all dead." Yuan Yi's pupils were glowing with a bloody light. However, the person's mood did not change at all. Instead, the playfulness in his eyes intensified. "This is really curious. What kind of person could destroy the Lingyun sect and destroy one of your arms? A person who is about to die," Yuan Yi said fiercely. "Hee. It's really surprising that a mere martial ancestor could produce such a person." As soon as the person in the hall finished speaking, a series of low footsteps came from the darkness. The epiphyllum can only appear once, and the star soul is fleeting. Those who are about to be buried in the holy war will not be remembered. The arrogant and indifferent voice seemed to be summoned. In the night, a figure that was like a messenger of the night slowly appeared. Under the dim candlelight, it was a tall figure that emitted a heart-palpitating aura. Especially that pair of eyes. It was like coming into contact with the signal of death. It sent chills down one's spine. Chen-Lu! When he saw that person, Yuan Yi's expression suddenly changed, and his body could not help but tremble. The person in the hall said calmly, Chen-Lu, go with him. Leave it to me. The man called Chen-Lu replied in a light tone. A cold smile appeared on Yuan Yi's face. With you here, there's nothing to worry about. Whoosh. Suddenly, a bonfire rose in the main hall, and the scarlet flames illuminated a plaque above the throne in the hall. Under the dim light, the 3 imposing words on the plaque seemed to be endlessly frightening. Chapter 1360. Wrapped in snow, the scenery was boundless. The endless white, snow-capped mountains resembled a silver dragon crawling on the ground. At a glance, one could see hundreds of miles of glaciers and thousands of miles of snowy regions. The extreme cold cracked the earth and froze one's breath into ice. It's so cold! To think that there was such a place in the Chaos Devil domain. Yi Yao shrunk her head, then released a black and white true core energy shield, isolating herself from the incomparably cold chill. Noni, are you cold? Do you want to go back to the yin-yang origin energy cauldron first? Woo! Yin-yang beast Noni responded in a low voice, its eyes filled with human-like gentleness. Well, if you can't hold on, just tell me. After speaking, Yi Yao swept her gaze over the other 2 young figures beside her. Long Xuanchuang's expression was a little uneasy and anxious. It was obvious that she did not want to continue to get involved. On the other hand, Chu Hen's face was calm, but it was this calmness that, in the eyes of the 2 women, seemed as unsettling as the icicles on the edge of the cliff. Big sister Xuanchuang, big brother Chu Hen, which part of this place is colder than the North River ice region? Yi Yao tried to adjust the harsh atmosphere. Along the way, Chu Hen had very little interaction with them. Although the relationship between the 3 of them wouldn't be awkward, they would still feel a little uncomfortable. Chu Hen did not reply. His deep eyes coldly stared at the vast glacial canyon in front of him. In the valley, the ice mountains stood tall and erect. They were as white as natural jade mines. It's a little colder here than the North River ice region. Long Xuanchuang replied softly. She lifted her phoenix eyes slightly, a faint wrinkle appearing in her pupils. The wind in the North River ice region is very strong, and when it blows on the body it feels like a blade. Although the wind here is not strong, the chill seeps into the bones. She briefly summarized the difference between the 2 sides, just as Long Xuanchuang had said. Compared to the North River ice region, which had accumulated thousands of years of cold, this place was more like a land of extreme cold that never melted. At the very least, there would still be a time when the cold winds would stop and the sun would appear. Here, even the sky was icy blue. It was as if even the rays of the sun could not penetrate the thick cold current. Is it just ahead? Chu Hen suddenly asked. The 2 girls were slightly startled. Long Xuanchuang pursed her lips and nodded helplessly. Xiao! After that, a trace of a slight airflow trembled as Chu Hen flashed through the sky and vanished on the spot. Brother Chu Hen, wait for us! Yi Yao and Long Xuanchuang also hurried to catch up. 3 people and 1 beast flashed across the sky above this extremely cold land, like 4 beams of light. The deeper they went, the colder the temperature became. The majestic icebergs stood tall and firm, like stars that had fallen to the mortal world. About half an hour later, a particularly magnificent and luxurious building gradually came into view. It was a palace city that was completely constructed from icy blue jade stones. The majestic city gate, the pavilions that could be picked from the sky, the grand staircase, the stone pillars, all of them were as beautiful as fine jade. Every brick, tile, and stone slab was as bright and dazzling as crystal. The most shocking thing was that this palace city was very vast. It was much more vast than the imperial city that the human kings and emperors lived in. Such a building could be said to be the work of the gods. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, it would be very hard to believe that there was such an exquisite design in the world. It's like a painting, is that real? Yi Yao exclaimed from the bottom of her heart. It's hard to imagine what kind of people would live in such a paradise. A trace of doubt flashed in Long Xuanzhuang's eyes. There's the aura of the Ice Monarch. Ice Monarch? Yi Yao was slightly surprised. Even Chu Hen looked over with a questioning gaze. Ice Divine Stone? Yi Yao asked in confusion. Long Xuanzhuang shook her head. It's not Ice Divine Stone. The aura here is similar to the underground ice palace in the North Plains ice region. The underground ice palace in the North Plains ice region? The place to obtain ice divine stones. Both of them knew Long Xuanzhuang very well. She would not say such a thing for no reason. Moreover, the ice divine stone was originally an inheritance treasure left behind by the Ice Monarch. Could there be some unknown secret between the two? Could it be? Yi Yao looked at the two of them seriously, and then guessed uncertainly. Could this be the place where the Ice Monarch lived in the past? After the Chaos Devil Domain War ended, he went to the North Plains ice region? Yi Yao's guess instantly caused confusion in the two of them. According to rumors, the Ice Monarch was the ruler of the North Plains, and was once worshipped as a godlike existence. He had once protected the North Plains from being persecuted by the war. Later on, in a war thousands of years ago, the Ice Monarch fell and was buried under endless snow and frost along with the imperial palace. However, there was not much information about the Ice Monarch's life before this. The ancient war in the Chaos Devil domain broke out tens of thousands of years ago. However, there was a possibility that the Ice Monarch had participated in the war in the Chaos Devil domain, and then left to return to the North Plains ice region. Of course, this was only the three of them's guess. With doubts in their hearts, Chu Hen and the others were getting closer and closer to the ice palace. The closer they were, the more they could feel the uniqueness of the palace. The buildings in the city, including the gate tower, were especially magnificent. The glass was luxurious, and it was beautiful beyond compare. It could not simply be described as a painting. However, when the three of them were less than 200 meters away from the gate, a few sharp auras suddenly shot towards them. Stay away from the Ice Monarch Palace. This is not a place you're qualified to be in, a disdainful voice rang out, followed by 5 or 6 unfriendly young figures flashing out. They stood in the air above the gate tower and looked coldly at Chu Hen and the others. Yi Yao and Long Xuanzhuang had a vigilant look on their faces. Chu Hen still had a calm expression on his face. He did not even look at the people in front of him as he said indifferently, "I'm looking for someone." "Looking for someone?" "Heh." The leader sneered. "If you're looking for someone, go somewhere else. The person you're looking for isn't here. I'm looking for a man and a woman. The man is a 3rd stage Saint Inscription Master, and the woman is at the Saint King stage." Chu Hen said indifferently. The expressions of the people on the gate tower changed immediately when they heard this. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in the leader's eyes. "Get lost before I make things difficult for you. Otherwise, you won't even have time to regret it." The corners of Chu Hen's mouth rose slightly. "It seems that the person I'm looking for is inside. If you don't mind, please lead the way. Do you not understand human language? Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." The moment his voice fell, the person rushed towards Chu Hen with a majestic aura. "You have a death wish." His fierce eyes were filled with killing intent. The person lifted his palm in anger and directly struck at Chu Hen's face. Buzz. There was a strange spatial rhythm. Chu Hen's eyelids twitched slightly as purple lightning flashed in his eyes. Bang! Following that, a muffled explosion rang out as a gigantic, vine-like bolt of sharp purple lightning directly pierced through that person's body. What? The expressions of the other people on the gate tower changed drastically. The person who was still filled with killing intent a second ago was now firmly fixed in the air. The manic and sharp purple lightning was like the sharp nails of the Grim Reaper, penetrating his chest. You! Fear emerged on the person's face like a blooming snow lotus. There was no time for him to say his last words. Bang! The person's body was immediately torn apart by the powerful impact of the electric current. Quickly inform the young master and the eldest miss, however, before the few people on the gate tower could calm down from the panic. A purple shadow swept through the void. A figure emitting a cold aura had already jumped onto the gate tower. How dare you? Who are you? Do you know who we are? Just a group of dead people. Chu Hen's voice did not have the slightest fluctuation of emotion, but the purple lightning that flowed out of his body was like a huge net of tree vines that had split apart. 1,000 lightning escape. Rumble. In an instant, one after another, electric pillars that were comparable to the giant thorns of a dragon python shot up into the sky. The entire gate tower was shrouded in a destructive area. The short and urgent screams were immediately drowned out by the loud cries of thousands of thunderbirds. In the blink of an eye, several powerful experts were all turned into ashes, turning into broken limbs and fragments, merciless and cruel. Looking at the messy gate tower and Chu Hen, who was in charge of everyone's life and death, Long Xuan and Yi Yao's faces were a little moved. Brother Chu Hen, are you okay? The two of them also stepped onto the gate tower. Before Chu Hen could answer, a strong energy fluctuation came from the depths of the palace. Bright and dazzling rays of light erupted from the central area of the palace, like dazzling light shooting into the sky. Chapter 1361. Buzz, buzz. The massive ice palace shook. The ground shook and divine light shot everywhere. The incomparably gorgeous and luxurious radiance originated from the central area of the palace. The sky was filled with dazzling runes that looked like stars. The crisscrossing ancient runes were like vines of light extending outwards. After that, the restless energy shook. A dusty aura was slowly released. Countless symbols covered the center of the palace. An ice palace that was hundreds of meters high was glowing with a strange soft light. Walking up the majestic stairs in the middle of 2 rows of magnificent stone pillars, the gate of the ice palace was pushed open by an invisible hand. White mist gushed out from the palace, showing its mysterious and long history. This was the center of the entire palace city, surrounded by towering high-rise buildings. On the spacious field in front of the palace, some young figures with extraordinary auras were excitedly looking at the palace gate that was slowly opening. In front of them stood a young man and a woman in luxurious clothes. The man was handsome and tall. His body emitted an astonishing Reiki energy fluctuation. Apparently, he was a powerful pattern artist. The corners of his mouth curled up, showing the arrogance and confidence of a monstrous genius. The woman had long hair draped over her shoulders, and her facial features were top-notch. The same arrogance appeared on her face. The two of them had a cold energy fluctuation, which made the others feel uncomfortable in this extremely cold place. But the two of them didn't have any obstacles. Congratulations, young master and miss, for successfully opening the Ice Emperor's vestige. A young man behind them flattered. The man who was addressed as young master smiled indifferently, and the arrogance in his eyes became even stronger. Before the holy war started, this young master has been preparing for many years. We must get the inheritance of the Ice Emperor's vestige. The noble woman next to him also raised her eyebrows, smiling. Second brother, how do you know the specific location of the Ice Emperor's palace? The man glanced at her, his eyes filled with affection. You don't know, do you? Actually, the first city master of our Wind Frost City was the most trusted subordinate of the Ice Emperor. He had followed the Ice Emperor for many years. Ah, the first city lord is someone close to the Ice Empress? The woman was very surprised and her eyes flashed with light. That's right. This is our clan's secret. It's said that an extremely large-scale sacred war erupted in the Chaos Devil world 10,000 years ago, and numerous great figures of the human race participated in that battle of gods and devils. At the mention of that battle, everyone's expressions changed. Although it had been 10,000 years, there are very few records in the ancient books. However, everyone in the world knew that back then the entire Midland was nearly destroyed by that great war. Ice Empress also participated in that battle? The woman asked. That's right. The man gave a definite answer and continued. In the battle of chaotic devil territory, many big clans were involved. Many sects and forces were destroyed. At that time, some peerless experts of the human clan had fallen. Eventually, although the Ice Emperor survived, many of his friends and relatives were killed on the battlefield. The Ice Emperor was grief-stricken, and he was hurt badly. Eventually, he left the Ice Emperor city and returned to his birthplace. Birthplace? The woman was bewildered for a while before continuing. The North River Ice Territory? Yeah, the North River Ice Territory is the birthplace of the Ice Emperor. After thousands of years, the North River Ice Territory had a great change. The Ice Emperor and the entire North River family had disappeared in the history. I heard that the enemies of the Ice Emperor had come to take revenge. Ha! The man beamed a faint smile. Revenge? I think they just want the inheritance treasure of the Ice Emperor. If the Ice Emperor hadn't been hurt badly, not to mention his enemies, how many people in this world would have dared to provoke him? After the great change of the North River, the 10,000 years of wind and snow had buried the glory of the imperial palace. Until then, the Ice Emperor had disappeared from this world forever. Some said that he was killed by the alliance of his enemies. Some said that his cultivation base was damaged badly, and he had to wander in every corner of this world. Some said that after experiencing the ups and downs, the Ice Emperor had seen through the grudges and grudges of the world, hiding in a paradise that no one knew about. Although none of the rumors could be confirmed, after thousands of years, the Ice Emperor had disappeared in the long river of history. Moreover, the North River family had disappeared. Everyone slowly accepted that the Ice Emperor had returned to his homeland. There were only a few records about the Ice Emperor in the ancient books. Created by cold, shaped by wind and snow, stubborn by ice, the great emperor whose name was like the arrival of wind and snow, and who was invaded by cold waves, only left behind a legend in the end. However, even though the Ice Empress had disappeared, the search for the inheritance and treasures she had left behind had never stopped. Looking at the palace gate that was already 2/3 open, the man's face was filled with anticipation and excitement. The world thinks that the imperial palace in the North River territory has the treasure of the Ice Emperor, but no one knows that the true inheritance of the emperor is actually here. After listening to the man's explanation, the woman's eyes also glowed with excitement. Then, she suddenly asked in confusion, "Is the Ice Emperor a rune master?" According to the clan records left behind by the first city lord, although the Ice Emperor had some attainments in runes, he was not proficient in them, the man answered. "If that's the case, second brother, why are you still going through so much trouble?" The woman was even more confused. She was especially clear that the man was a third-rank, saint-rank rune master. However, the Ice Emperor was not a rune master, so the inheritance he left behind would naturally not be too compatible with him. Seeing the woman's confusion, the man smiled gently with pity. "Yeah, the reason why I'm doing this is mainly for you. For me?" The woman opened her eyes wide and looked at the man. "Yes, yeah. Your ice soul sacred body, bloodline boundary, has yet to reach the level of a supreme sacred body, and your cultivation has been stuck at the first rank of the Saint King realm. But any of the inheritance power of the Ice Emperor can definitely be compatible with your bloodline power, and you will definitely be able to evolve your bloodline boundary to the supreme sacred body. If you are lucky It is not impossible to surpass the supreme sacred body." Hearing the man's words, the woman was immediately moved. She quickly grabbed the man's arm and said happily, "I knew that second brother treats me the best. Unlike big brother, who always has a stiff face." Hearing the two words, big brother, a hint of undetectable coldness flashed across the man's eyes. Then he smiled and said, "Big brother is the next city lord's successor. His style of doing things is much better than ours." "Humph, it's not like that. I feel that second brother is the best candidate for the next city lord." "Don't talk nonsense. Big brother is the one chosen by heaven, and all the elders in the clan are on his side. So what?" The woman retorted with dissatisfaction, then said to the man in an extremely serious tone, "Second brother, after I obtain the Ice Emperor's inheritance, I will definitely do my best to help you ascend to the position of city lord. At that time, with our abilities, we will not be afraid of big brother at all." Seeing the other party's serious expression, the man shook his head. He gently pushed the woman away and smiled helplessly. "Really, what nonsense are you saying now?" After saying that, the man turned around. At the same time, a hint of a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and a hint of coldness surged in his eyes. The woman did not notice the man's strangeness. Then she said, "Second brother, didn't you come here for nothing this time? The Holy War recruitment opportunity is rare, yet you wasted so much time on me." "Ha!" The man turned around and smiled. "Previously I also thought that I came here for nothing, but the heavens helped me. On the way, someone sent me a big gift." "Big gift?" The woman was bewildered for a while, then her eyes brightened. "You mean the Ice God Stone?" "Smart." The man's eyes were also filled with spirit. "I've searched for so long in the North River ice field, but I couldn't find the Ice God Stone. I didn't expect to find it so easily after searching for it for so long. But what does the Ice God Stone have to do with you coming here?" "Because I'm about to get the complete Ice God Stone." The man's face was filled with excitement. It had to be said that he knew much more about the Ice Empress than ordinary people. In fact, the Ice Emperor had divided the Ice God Stone into two parts. One part was brought to the North River ice field, and the other part was left here, using the power of the Ice God Stone to maintain the Ice Emperor city for 10,000 years. The woman felt even more incredulous. She scanned the luxurious, jade-like buildings around, which looked like a painting in the sky. It could be said to be a work of nature. No wonder why each brick and tile here is preserved so well. It's because of the power of the Ice God Stone. Yeah. The man nodded affirmatively. Although the Ice God Stone doesn't have a precise ranking on the divine weapon list, its power is endless. It can freeze 1,000 miles in just a blink of an eye. It's definitely one of the top 10 divine weapons. If I use it in the talisman technique, it will be a terrifying weapon. The man's voice was low, his eyes sharp, as if his ambition had just awakened. "It's the will of God. Even God is helping you, second brother." The woman said happily. The man retracted his sharp aura and continued, "Apart from that, I'm here to look for something. But even the first city lord wasn't sure if that thing is here, so the chances of finding it will be very low. What is it?" The woman asked curiously. "Monster." The man answered, "Monster." "That's right." The man squinted, his hands clenched into fists, replying meaningfully, "A monster that swallows Reiki energy to survive." Swoosh! At this moment, the door of the palace was completely opened. A dense fog gushed out, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. The dazzling light from the runes flickered, and the piercingly cold cyclone that covered the sky gradually calmed down. Everyone's eyes were burning with passion. The young man and woman looked at each other, feeling excited. "The palace is open," the woman said. "Let's go in." The man couldn't wait any longer. However, just as he finished speaking, the man's eyes suddenly darkened, and he turned around to look at the sky behind him. His voice was cold, and his tone was cold. "Who are you?" Swoosh! The cyclone, which had yet to completely calm down, once again became rapid. Everyone was startled and looked up, only to see 3 figures with cold auras standing on top of a city tower that was more than 10 meters tall. Beside the 3 of them, there was a majestic figure of a beast. The leader looked up coldly, looking down at the people in front of him. There seemed to be a flash of purple in his deep eyes. Chapter 1362. The person who will take your life. Hua! A rapid and piercingly cold cyclone swept out, and the cold voice did not have the slightest trace of emotion. On the city platform, Chu Hen's gaze was as deep as the water of a deep well as he looked down at the young man and woman in front of the palace. Everyone's faces darkened. One of them shouted, "How dare you? Do you know who you're talking to?" Chu Hen directly ignored the other party's reprimand. His calm and unwavering eyes still coldly stared at the young man. So it's you guys." At the same time, the young woman coldly snorted and looked at Yi Yao and Long Xuanxuang beside Chu Hen with disdain. "I let you live that day, but I didn't expect that you would dare to come knocking on my door." The young man beside her also recognized Long Xuanxuang and Yi Yao. Honestly speaking, he was extremely surprised that the 2 girls were able to find their way here. "Return the ice god stone, and we'll leave immediately." Long Xuanxuang immediately said. She did not want Chu Hen to fight with these people. She did not want Chu Hen to suffer any harm because of her. Long Xuanxuang directly requested for the ice god stone. As for the matter of her being injured, she would not dwell on it. The man raised his eyebrows, and a teasing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Only returning the ice god stone? Just now, this person seemed to have said that he wanted to take my life. There was no nervousness in his frivolous words, only disdain. Long Xuanxuang frowned slightly. She glanced at Chu Hen and said again, "We only want the ice god stone." Ha 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 ha. Words that have been spoken are like water that has been poured out. How can I change my words at the last moment? Since you're all here, why don't you stay a little longer? I really hope that you can stay. I was a little too heavy-handed last time, and I express my deep apologies. The young man looked at Long Xuanxuang's beautiful face in a frivolous manner as he spoke in a playful tone. As soon as he finished speaking, before Long Xuanxuang could say anything else, a clear chill surged over like an undercurrent in the deep sea. "I want the ice divine stone. I'll also take your dog life." Buzz. A domineering and powerful aura immediately overflowed. Chu Hen's aura became colder and colder. Long Xuanxuang and Yi Yao were both shocked and anxious. This was not what they wanted to see. Chu Hen's words infuriated the group of people in front of him. How arrogant. I want to see what kind of ability you have to shout here." The young woman's face was as cold as frost. She shouted coldly, "Chop off this arrogant thing's hands and feet, yes!" Everyone responded in unison. Following that, a few figures with explosive aura rose into the air. One by one, they burst out with shocking speed and attacks and pounced towards Chu Hen and the other 2. "You don't know your place. Go to hell." Facing the powerful and ferocious crowd, Chu Hen did not even have the intention of moving his feet. When the crowd rushed in front of him, Chu Hen's eyelids lifted and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. He raised one hand and clenched his fist in the air, along with an extremely cold and powerful sword momentum. A black sword shadow instantly swept out from the center of his palm. In an instant, the black sword shadow exploded like a dazzling light and immediately turned into dozens of sharp sword rays. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The dozens of sword rays were like flickering lights and passing shadows, intersecting with each other as they attacked the crowd. The speed was as fast as an Aurora flying shuttle. The crowd only heard the sound of the air being cut apart. Before they could react, streams of sword rays cut through their bodies one after another. Hiss, hiss, hiss! A series of sounds of flesh being cut apart were accompanied by panicked screams. The aggressive crowd's spirit was greatly reduced. Ah, blood splattered, and the black sword cut through the air. All the people were cut to the ground. Hum! The tens of sword images that flew through the air quickly gathered together, transforming into a black runic divine sword that emitted a desolate aura and returned to Chu Hen's palm. Chu Hen held the long sword diagonally, and his extraordinary aura suppressed the crowd. Seeing that the crowd could not even get close to Chu Hen and could not get up, the young man's face quietly showed a trace of vigilance. He actually could not see through Chu Hen's real cultivation. I am the young master of Wind Frost City, Situ Shao. Who are you? Wind Frost City. Yi Yao and Long Xuanxuang were a little confused. Although they were quite unfamiliar with the name Wind Frost City, they could conclude from the arrogant tone of the other party that Wind Frost City must be a powerful force. Compared to the Lingyun sect, it would only be stronger, not weaker. However, Chu Hen's expression still did not change much. He raised his hand and pointed his sword at the other party. Sorry, I'm not interested in the background of a dead person. Domineering. Resolute. Situ Shao laughed instead of getting angry. Ha 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 ha. You really think too highly of yourself. Today, all of you shall stay here. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling golden light shone from between Situ Zhao's brows. In an instant, a mighty Reiki energy burst out like a torrent. The anger of a third-stage Sane inscription master is not something that a nobody like you can bear. Hum! An extremely powerful aura swept out. Situ Shao raised both of his hands, and the Reiki energy that lingered around him immediately transformed into a series of dazzling, mysterious runes. The runes were combined in an instant. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in the sky. Situ Shao stretched out one of his palms toward the position where Chu Hen and the others were, and lifted his 5 fingers. Ice roar! As soon as he finished speaking, the city platform where Chu Hen and the others were was immediately shrouded in a piercingly cold ice whirlpool. The terrifying ice whirlpool was like a tornado formed by a row of sharp arrows, and the sharp ice blades were like knives that rapidly converged and shrunk toward the center. The huge city platform broke rapidly, and countless narrow and long cracks extended up and down. The expressions of Yi Yao and Long Xuanxuang changed slightly. Just as the 2 ladies were about to take action, Chu Hen had already raised his sword. He raised his sword, and the sword light that burst out of the formless Dharch blade was like a bunch of heavenly blades. The dazzling light was like a hurricane that split the sky, and countless ice blades were shattered. Chu Hen's figure moved, and he swept towards Situ Shao with an endless sword momentum. Humph! A hint of disdain flashed in Situ Zhao's eyes. Stupid! Then he clasped his 10 fingers together, and a shocking spatial rhythm stacked up. Hum! A vigorous Reiki energy trembled, and a golden light screen suddenly appeared in front of Chu Hen. Bang! Chu Hen's sword hit the light screen, causing a violent tremor. Layers of light spread out, and a circle of longitudinal light rippled in the void. Chapter 1363. Buzz. Tens of thousands of talisman lights intertwined with each other, and countless dragon-like light patterns intertwined with each other, radiating endless bright, holy light. Before Chu Hen could split open the giant light curtain in front of him, a talisman array that exuded an extremely dangerous aura suddenly appeared below him. Big brother Chu Hen, be careful! Yi Yao hurriedly called out. Humph! Situ Shao sneered contemptuously. It's too late! Buzz! As soon as his voice fell, the range of the talisman array was instantly covered by a cold wind, accompanied by an extremely cold whirlpool of frost. Suddenly, incomparably sharp icicles appeared in the air. Each icicle was dozens of meters long, nearly 100 meters long. For example, sharp icicles that came down diagonally, one after another, like giant thorns of thorns, attacked towards Chu Hen. The corner of Chu Hen's eyes slightly narrowed, and like a ghost, he continuously changed his position. Bang! Bang! Extremely lethal icicle spikes continued to rush down, piercing through the ground and piercing deep into the ground. In the blink of an eye, Chu Hen felt as if he was in a forest of icicles that was filled with cold air. The giant icicles that were scattered all over the place were like large, messy wooden stakes. It was spectacular and majestic. On the other side, Yi Yao and Long Xuanxuang were about to step forward to help, but the mysterious talisman array once again set off an even more astonishing, murderous aura. They saw Sidu Zhao's hands continuously changing various seals. The gorgeous talismans that lingered around his body were like stars surrounding the bright moon, emitting especially violent energy fluctuations. Ice Defense Beasts Array, Situ Xiao shouted in a deep voice. Whoosh! Monstrous airwaves stacked up, and the biting cold current was like an icy blue light beam that went straight to the sky. In the blink of an eye, Chu Hen, who was in the middle of it, was instantly hit by a great cold. Together with the formless emperor blade in his hand, a thick layer of ice quickly covered his whole body. The pillar of light was like a powerful barrier formed from 10,000 years of frost. Before Yi Yao and Long Xuanxuang could get close, an icy vortex whizzed out, directly blocking the two of them. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, the large and majestic ice pillars cracked in unison. Along with the shattered ice crystal fragments, a ferocious and terrifying ice monster rushed out from each ice pillar. The ice beast's claws were like blades, and its fangs were like swords. They looked like ferocious wolves and tigers with spikes on their backs. Woo! Along with a deep roar. Each of the ice beast's eyes emitted a blue radiance. Then their four claws stepped on the ice flames and transformed into beams of icy blue light as they dashed towards Chu Hen. The sharp blue light was like a flowing arrow that tore through the sky. In an instant, Chu Hen felt like he was in the middle of thousands of sharp blades. The ice whirlpool roared like a hurricane. Humph, reckless thing. Standing on the other side, the young miss of Wind Frost City, Sitiya, sneered disdainfully. From her point of view, when Chu Hen and his group found this place, he would already be a dead man. The power of a third-step Saint Inscription Master wasn't something that anyone could withstand. Ha! Turn into pieces! The corner of Situ Zhao's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. The runes that flickered around his body glowed with a strong rhythm. Within the runes, all the ice beasts that were pouncing towards Chu Hen released an abnormal aura, bursting out with unstoppable killing intent. The dazzling, icy blue aurora was like a blended starlight. Long Xuanxuang and Yi Yao's faces turned pale. At this moment, boom! An earth-shattering sound exploded in the void, accompanied by a vast black wave that spread out in the sky above the Ice Emperor Palace. All the ferocious ice beasts that were pouncing towards Chu Hen were like fragile bubbles, bursting into thousands of powder one after another. Buzz! An incomparably overbearing aura filled the sky and the earth. In the midst of the frenzied whirlwind storm, a godlike black shadow stood in the sky, its whole body surging with a blazing aura. What? Situ Xiao frowned, his face revealing a shocked expression. Following that, an even more surging Reiki energy swept out. But at the same time there was another explosion, and the monstrous purple demonic flame swept out in all directions with the power to burn the sky. In the next moment, a pair of purple shadow wings suddenly rushed out of the mighty demonic flame storm. Hua! The purple shadow wings were overflowing with colorful lights, gorgeous and dazzling. The mysterious patterns swaying on the wings had an indescribable demonic and ghostly aura. A wisp of sharp, vibrating sound filled the air, and a might that caused one's heart to palpitate suffused out. Suddenly, the shadow wings that were rapidly chopping down turned into dozens of identical purple shadow wings. In the process of high-speed movement, dozens of shadow blades quickly arranged themselves into a giant triangular shadow blade. An earth-shattering cyclone came crashing down. Following that Countless deep and dense cracks appeared on the ground. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. The punishment blade was like a heavenly ray that tore through the sky, instantly piercing through the ice-blue talisman array, light pillar barrier, and the golden light screen in front of Sidu Shao. The purple shadow blade's attack did not decrease, and it destroyed everything in its path. Feeling the incomparably sharp and terrifying sharpness, Situ Zhao's face darkened. He released all the Reiki energy and immediately turned it into a luxurious talisman array. Immediately after, he stretched out both of his palms, and countless talisman arrays intertwined to form a colorful big net. Boom! In the next second, the extremely destructive triangular shadow wings slashed down like a giant blade, firmly striking the big talisman array net. As soon as the two collided, sparks flew in all directions, and the ground cracked open. The violent shock wave was like an instantaneous explosion, and the ground cracked open layer by layer. Large and small crushed stones and ice shards were like a swarm of millions of locusts, wantonly splattering everywhere. The veins on Situ Zhao's arms bulged, but his body did not move even half a step. His face was filled with a sinister sneer. "Your strength is not bad, but it's a pity that it's not enough." Before he could finish speaking, a sharp and rapid sound of thunder and lightning suddenly struck between the heavens and the earth. Crack! It was as if he had teleported and moved like a ghost. A figure emitting a sharp, murderous aura instantly arrived in front of Sidu Shao. The figure's toes touched the ground, and the figure rushed forward. Sidu Zhao's rapidly contracted pupils reflected the increasingly clear, handsome, and indifferent face. Chu Hen held the formless emperor blade's hilt in a reverse grip, and the other hand pressed on the end of the hilt. He pointed the blade at his opponent and directly launched a frontal attack. Chi. The formless emperor blade, which was already surging with a dense black light, was quickly covered with gorgeous purple electric arcs. The restless electric arcs were like the dragon's thorny vines that wrapped around the blade. Chi. The sharp sound caused everyone's eardrums to tremble. The formless emperor blade seemed to have pierced through a thin piece of paper, and it slashed through the big talisman array net. Then the attack did not decrease in the slightest as it attacked Sidu Shao, who was behind him. Panic quietly covered his entire face. Situ Zhao's expression changed dramatically. "Stop!" Before he could finish the word, the blade of the sword, which was swimming with purple light, directly pierced into his opponent's chest. Chapter 1364. I meant what I said. "I'll take your life." His emotionless voice was terrifyingly calm. Swoosh! The exceptionally ear-piercing sound of a sharp weapon cutting through the air caused everyone's eardrums to contract. The formless emperor blade, which was flickering with purple lightning, pierced into Situ Zhao's chest in a head-on manner. In an instant, the faces of Situya, Long Xuan, Yi Yao, and the others changed drastically. Under everyone's unprepared gazes, a beam of lightning instantly leaped out from Situ Zhao's back. The cold and sharp, formless emperor blade directly pierced through his chest. Swoosh! The sky and earth spun, and the wind and clouds surged. Situ Zhao's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. His eyes, which were about to burst open, were filled with intense shock and disbelief. The change happened so fast that it was completely unexpected. Ah! A deep roar came from his throat. Sidu Shao clenched his teeth and firmly grasped the sword with one hand, trying to break free. However, Chu Hen did not give him any chance to struggle. The moment the formless emperor blade pierced through his body, an irresistible and powerful impact followed. Situ Zhao's feet immediately left the ground, and his entire body was pushed backward. Chu Hen's hand firmly grasped the hilt of the sword, and with the momentum of the sword, he pushed Situ Shao into the abyss. Bang! Following that, Situ Shao heavily hit the huge pillar of the ice palace that had just opened. The formless emperor blade's blade was also deeply nailed into the pillar, Bright red blood immediately burst out from Situ Zhao's body. Chu Hen slightly leaned his body, still holding the hilt of the sword. The distance between their eyes was no more than 30 centimeters. One was angry and flustered. The other was indifferent and calm. In the blink of an eye, the outcome of the battle had already been decided. No one would have thought that in just a few seconds, the sharp sword in Chu Hen's hand had already pierced through the body of Situ Zhao, a third-stage saint inscription master. "You're too slow," Chu Hen said coldly. Situ Zhao's face suddenly turned pale, and his whole body trembled. Inscriptionists were different from Wu Xiu. The former controlled the power of spirit and used runes to control the situation. It would not be an exaggeration to say that given enough time, a pattern caster could kill several Wu Xiu of the same level with the power of a glyph array. Similarly, compared to Wu Xiu, the lack of time was also the greatest weakness of a tattoo artist. Precision, straightforward, clean. Chu Hen used the most direct and ruthless method to target Situ Zhao's weakness. He did not give his opponent any time to react. He immediately took out the power of his 6-star demon eyes and grabbed his opponent's life with a thunderous aura. Staring at Chu Hen's demonic eyes, Situ Zhao felt a chill that he had never felt before. The formless emperor blade firmly nailed him to the palace pillar, completely unable to move. Immediately after, without waiting for Situ Zhao to react, Chu Hen raised his left arm slightly. Crack! A violent and sharp sound was heard, and a beautiful purple lightning immediately covered Chu Hen's palm. Yu! Situ Zhao turned pale with fright. The corners of Chu Hen's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. You can return the divine ice stone now. What? Situ Zhao's entire face was instantly filled with fear. How dare you? On the other side, Situ Yu was also furious. She shouted at Chu Hen coldly. At the same time, she released a strong force of true yuan and rushed towards Chu Hen. Hold on, hiss. Before Situ Yu could finish her sentence, an arm that was flickering with purple lightning pierced into Situ Zhao's dantian. A series of strong electric currents were like blooming electric vines, instantly tearing all the meridians in Situ Zhao's body. Fresh blood splattered on Chu Hen's face. His originally cold face became even more demonic at this moment. Ah! A miserable howl that sounded like a pig being slaughtered resounded through half of the Ice Emperor Palace. Situ Zhao's facial features were distorted, and he looked extremely hideous. The intense pain was accompanied by the rapid loss of his vitality. The appearance of this scene caused everyone present to be so shocked that their faces turned ashen. Even Yi Yao and Long Xuanxuang were dumbfounded. At this moment, Chu Hen was like a cold-blooded demon. Half of his arm was embedded in Situ Zhao's abdomen. Hiss! Shortly after, Chu Hen retracted his hand. His arm, which was surrounded by purple lightning, was not stained with even a little bit of blood. In his palm, astonishingly, there was an additional ice-blue crystal that was emitting an endless cold cyclone. Hiss! The disciples of Wind Frost City all gasped in fear. Chu Hen had forcefully dug the divine ice stone out of Situ Zhao's body. How terrifying was this person! How ruthless was this method! However, in Chu Hen's view, the moment Situ Zhao injured Long Xuanxuang and took the divine ice stone, he was already dead. Ah, let him go! I'm going to kill you! Situ Yu was extremely angry. At this moment, she rushed behind Chu Hen like a madwoman. However, the moment she stretched out her palm to attack Chu Hen's eyes suddenly opened, and a cold light shot out. Hiss! In an instant, a circle of violent chaotic air surged out. The ground rapidly ruptured and shattered, and a sudden gust of wind swept out. Layers upon layers of cold wind, mixed with crushed stones and ice, shards exploded all over the place. In the next instant, Situ Yu's aura was immediately crushed to the extreme. Her feet left the ground, and her whole body floated in the air. A black shadow that looked like a demon directly grabbed her throat. Buzz, an unshakable and domineering divine aura suppressed the whole area. The black shadow's body was burning with illusory and ethereal flames, giving people the feeling that it was Chu Hen's clone in the dark. This level can also be called the Saint King realm. A cold and mocking voice came out of Chu Hen's mouth. He slightly turned to look at Si-Tu-Ya's pale face. 2 pieces of trash. Trash! It was like a loud slap on her face. Si-Tu-Ya felt as if she had fallen into an abyss of despair, especially when she saw Si-Tu-Shao hanging on the palace pillar, covered in blood. Her whole body was spinning, and she was terrified. The whole thing happened in just a few blinks of an eye. The situation was completely out of their imagination. At this moment, she realized that the man in front of her was someone she couldn't afford to offend. Without looking at Si-Tu-Shao, Chu Hen slowly turned around and looked at Si-Tu-Ya. The dangerous aura of death was surging. The other people of Wind Frost City were trembling, but no one dared to step forward to stop him. Feeling the cold, murderous intent from Chu Hen, Si-Tu-Ya was completely dominated by fear. Her whole body was trembling, and she no longer had the arrogance and spirit she had before. In her eyes, Chu Hen was no different from a demon. "Brother Chu Hen!" At this time Yao shouted. Long Xuanchuang also stepped forward and said softly, "Don't." It was like a stone was thrown into the calm water, and circles of ripples appeared. Chu Hen's body seemed to stop for a moment, and then the cold, murderous intent in his eyes faded. Buzz! Immediately, the black shadow emitted a slight rhythm of power, and then, like a collapsing flame, it disappeared. Si-Tu-Ya, who had lost her support, directly fell to the ground. "Get lost!" Chu Hen said coldly. Si-Tu-Ya was lying on the ground like a pile of mud. Her eyes were filled with hatred and resentment, but more than that, there was helplessness and fear. The other disciples of Wind Frost City hurried to help Si-Tu-Ya up. "Big Miss, are you okay?" "Let's go." He didn't even dare to look at Si-Tu-Shao, who was hanging on the pillar in the palace. Panicking, he hurriedly escaped from this place. Looking at the few people fleeing in panic, Yi Yao and Long Xuanchuang were silent. At this moment, they felt extremely uneasy. If it was under normal circumstances, they would not interfere with any of Chu Hen's actions, even if he had to kill everyone here. However, the cold aura that emanated from Chu Hen made them feel more and more afraid. He was like a ruthless, cold-blooded hunter. His cold aura was frightening. Although letting them go might cause trouble later, the 2 girls could not help but stop Chu Hen. "Brother Chu Hen, what's wrong?" Yi Yao stepped forward and grabbed his arm. Her eyes were filled with worry. Chu Hen shook his head, and the look in his eyes softened. "I'm fine." Then he turned to look at Long Xuanchuang and handed the divine ice stone in his hand to her. Looking at the cold divine ice stone, Long Xuanchuang could not help but feel a little complicated. Just now, Chu Hen's aura was even colder than the divine ice stone. "What's wrong?" Chu Hen raised his eyebrows and asked. Long Xuanchuang smiled and shook her head. "Nothing." Then she kept the divine ice stone in her palm, and the stone turned into an ice whirlpool and merged into her palm. With the escape of Si-Tu-Ya and the rest, and the return of the divine ice stone, the atmosphere was somewhat relaxed. "Seems like there's an unexpected gain." Chu Hen turned back to look at the ancient palace with its open door and dense fog surging inside. "The aura of the ice monarch is even stronger," Long Xuanchuang said. "Seems like this place must be related to the ice monarch." "Sister Xuanchuang." Yi Yao looked at her with deep meaning. Long Xuanchuang pursed her red lips and looked at Chu Hen. The latter nodded. Chapter 1365. The palace was made of ice, a work of art. Every inch of it was luxurious and bright, like a rare piece of jade in the world. A steady stream of mist gushed out from the inside of the palace. It showed a gorgeous and mysterious sense of beauty. Chu Hen, Long Xuanchuang, and Yao nodded knowingly. Then they stepped up the stairs and walked towards the palace. It had to be said that this was an unexpected game that they were looking forward to. What was more exciting was whether the familiar aura really came from the Ice Empress. Buzz, suddenly, just as the three of them were about to step into the palace, a particularly strong wave of energy immediately spread out from the inside of the palace. Shockingly, numerous strange talisman markings and secret talismans appeared all over the enormous palace. The runes on the pillars and walls of the palace were all swaying. The interior of the palace then projected a dazzling brilliance like the sun. Then Chu Hen suddenly felt his feet sink, as if he was blocked by an invisible chain. At the same time, Yi Yao's brows were slightly furrowed as confusion appeared in her eyes. "I can't walk anymore." "Huh?" On the contrary, Long Xuanchuang didn't have any strange reaction. She turned to look at the two of them, puzzled. "What's wrong?" "Is Sister Xuanchuang not affected?" Yi Yao asked. "What affected?" Yi Yao and Chu Hen looked at each other, shook their heads, and continued, "I can't walk anymore. It seems that something is blocking in front of me. Brother Chu Hen, is it the same?" Chu Hen nodded slightly, and then looked at the palace door in front of him. He closed his eyes gently, and the next moment his eyelids suddenly opened, and a demonic purple light bloomed from his eyes. Hua! Together with a sharp sound in the air, Chu Hen's vision showed a kind of dreamy layer. In an instant, the overall structure of the palace was roughly presented in Chu Hen's mind. Especially mysterious ancient runes covered the entire palace inside and outside, and all kinds of strange runes were like a maze of heavenly secrets. Chu Hen found that there were many invisible optical fibers in front of him and Yi Yao. Tiny and dense optical fibers were placed in front of him like a fishing net. On the other hand, Long Xuanchuang did not have these strange optical fibers in front of her. "Is it because of the Ice God Stone?" Chu Hen muttered to himself. Under the detection of the power of the demon eye, Chu Hen vaguely sensed that Long Xuanchuang's body was covered with a thin layer of gauze. This layer of gauze exuded a faint chill which originated from the aura of the Ice Divine Stone. After thinking for a short while, Chu Hen slowly raised his right hand and touched the light. At the same time, a stream of primary inner force gradually surged from his palm. As soon as the two intersected and the optical fiber was cut off, the other ancient runes and secret scrolls scattered all over the palace also became restless. Chu Hen could only feel an extremely astonishing counterforce gradually surging towards him. It was like an undercurrent gathering in the deep sea, making it hard to resist. Qua. Immediately, Chu Hen withdrew his palm, and at the same time the purple light in his eyes faded. Looking back at the two women, he said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid that only those who have the Ice God Stone or those with Ice Attribute bloodline can enter this place." Ice God Stone? Ice Attribute bloodline? The two women looked at each other in surprise. "Can't we break the barrier by force?" Yi Yao asked. Chu Hen shook his head. Obviously, he didn't want to do so. First of all, this place was likely the place where the Ice Emperor had stayed, and there were probably not many people in this world who would dare to break the barrier set up by the Ice Emperor. "I can give the Ice God Stone to one of you," Long Xuanchuang said. "Give it to big brother Chu Hen." Yi Yao immediately responded, "Ice attribute power belongs to the extreme cold, and my Tai Chi holy body needs to cultivate both yin and yang. If it is too strong, it will destroy the balance of my attributes." Yi Yao, who had already stepped into the Saint King realm, understood her own situation best. She also knew very well what she needed. Immediately, Long Xuanchuang looked at Chu Hen. However, Chu Hen also shook his head and refused. "No need, you go in alone." "Why?" The two women looked at each other in confusion. Chu Hen had mastered a lot of attributes. In addition to his own two bloodline boundaries, He also had the power of the 7 stars, the power of the profound, killer divine thunder, and even the power of limitless contained 4 attributes. Most importantly, Chu Hen had also cultivated the primordial chaos secret art given to him by martial sect master Dongfang Hengji, which allowed him to integrate many types of power into the sea and return them to their origin. Therefore, there was no such thing as Yi Yao's situation. "If the ice god stone is with you, I will feel more at ease," Chu Hen said softly and solemnly. Regardless of whether the ancient inheritance left behind by the Ice Empress was still present in the palace, opportunities were always accompanied by risks at any time. Long Xuanchuang's cultivation had not yet reached the Saint King realm. The Ice God Stone could be a safeguard for her. Without waiting for Long Xuanchuang to say anything, Chu Hen nodded straightforwardly. "Go. There are some things that don't need to be courteous." Long Xuanchuang pursed her red lips lightly and said nothing more. Then she took a deep breath and turned to look at the mysterious door in front of her, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. Buzz! The moment she stepped through the threshold, a strong, dazzling light burst out of the palace. Long Xuanchuang seemed to be bathed in a divine glow, and her picturesque back was extremely beautiful. A circle of ripples appeared in the air, and under the gaze of Chu Hen and Yi Yao, Long Xuanchuang's beautiful figure blended into the soft light. Whoosh! Just as Long Xuanchuang stepped into the palace, the sound of heavy objects rubbing against each other could be heard, and the 2 jade-like doors slowly closed. "Big brother Chu Hen?" Yi Yao looked nervous. The corner of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed, and then he shook his head, indicating that there was no need to worry. Although he did not know what was inside, now that things had reached this point, it was Long Xuanchuang's good fortune. About 10 seconds later, the door of the palace was sealed again. Long Xuanchuang's aura also seemed to escape into the endless void. Looking at this impregnable ice palace, Chu Hen's eyes showed a hint of expectation. After standing in place for a while, the 2 turned and walked down the stairs. Then Chu Hen's gaze shifted to the side, sweeping towards a tall and imposing palace pillar. On the palace pillar, Situ Xiao was nailed to the stone wall by the formless emperor blade like a salted fish, and at this moment he was no longer breathing. Blood dyed most of his body red, and his head was crooked, his eyes wide open. His death could be described as extremely miserable. Chu Hen walked toward the other party, and at the same time a layer of black flame overflowed from his body. Buzz! Then the black flame emitted a strange optical fiber. Chu Hen raised one of his hands, and the black optical fiber that was released from his palm directly attacked the center of Situ Zhao's head. Like a fine line that rushed out, it directly drilled into the center of Situ Zhao's eyebrows. Yi Yao, who was standing at the back, was a little surprised to see this scene. However, she knew very well what Chu Hen was doing. So this is how big brother Chu Hen snatched other people's street tree. Spirit and martial arts dual cultivation was no longer a secret. However, what was puzzling was that Chu Hen's attainments in the rune technique had also reached an amazing level. Those who were familiar with Chu Hen knew that he did not usually spend too much time on the rune technique. Moreover, the street tree that he encountered before had been destroyed and forcefully snatched by the enemy rune technique. Therefore, it was not difficult to guess that it was Chu Hen's intention. At this moment, Chu Hen suddenly stopped. At the same time, many doubts appeared on his face. "What's wrong, big brother Chu Hen?" Yi Yao walked up and asked. Chu Hen frowned slightly as he stared at Situ Zhao's body in confusion. "It's gone?" Yi Yao was even more confused. "What's gone?" "Dao. Tree." Chu Hen said these 2 words in a deep voice. He then looked into Yi Yao's eyes and said, "There's nothing in his Naiwen palace. The street tree has disappeared." "What?" Yi Yao was in disbelief. However, Chu Hen did not look like he was joking at all. she asked tentatively. Could it be that your strength was too strong just now and shattered his Tao tree? After saying that, Yi Yao realized she was wrong. The street tree of a third-stage saint inscription master was extremely powerful. Even if Situ Zhao's body was completely destroyed, his street tree would not disappear in a short period of time. Or was Situ Zhao not dead? Was this his cloning secret technique? Yi Yao still secretly denied it. If Situ Zhao was really so powerful, he would not have been killed by Chu Hen in just a few moves. Yi Yao made wild guesses and had no clue at all. At the same time, Chu Hen held onto the hilt of the non-phase Emperor blade with a single hand, slightly exerting force with his arm. A hiss! Sound rang out as the sharp blade was immediately pulled out. Situ Zhao, who had lost his support, powerlessly fell onto the ground like a pile of mud, without the slightest bit of vitality. Dead, without a doubt. But where did his street tree go? In such a short period of time, it was impossible for someone to quietly take away his street tree without alerting Chu Hen and the other two. In that case, the secret must be hidden in this ice palace. With some doubts, Chu Hen looked at the palace pillar behind Situ Zhao. The crystal-clear palace pillar was like jade with a majestic aura. The pillar was more than 5 meters wide and nearly 100 meters long. The blood that splashed on it had already condensed into a thin layer of red crystals. From the beginning to the end, Situ Zhao was still hanging there. A cold light flashed in Chu Hen's eyes. When he looked at it, he saw that the pillar was actually outlined with intricate and complicated fine lines. It was like a shooting star in the dark night. Chu Hen looked at it from a close distance and was surprised to find that the entire huge pillar was engraved with abnormally fine secret runes. The twisted fine lines were very strange, like all kinds of strange characters, long and narrow lines, and strange beast-like shapes that he had never seen before. After a short moment of hesitation, Chu Hen placed his left palm on the body of the pillar. Then, a bright beam of light shone from between his eyebrows. Immediately, endless Reiki energy gushed out like a flood that had opened the floodgates. Under Chu Hen's control, the vast Reiki energy quickly flowed into the palace pillar. The palace pillar did not show any signs of breaking after being hit by such a large amount of Reiki energy. What was even more surprising was that the secret runes that were all over the body of the pillar suddenly lit up, emitting a striking white light. That is, Yi Yao opened her eyes wide, feeling very surprised. Not far away, Noni, the beast of Yin Yang, also raised its head and looked at the scene in front of it with vigilance. As more and more Reiki energy was injected into the pillar, the secret runes on the body of the pillar were like swimming vines of light, continuously glowing. Buzz! When the last rune light lit up, a strange space fluctuation was released from the palace pillar. At the same time, the entire wall of the pillar showed a dreamy distortion. The space was shaking uneasily, and the dazzling white light was like a crack. Before Chu Hen could react, an extremely strong suction force suddenly burst out from the distorted palace pillar. The dazzling white light immediately enveloped Chu Hen. Brother Chu Hen. Yi Yao, who was standing behind, was shocked. Hua! In the next moment, Chu Hen's pupils contracted sharply, and the space where he was suddenly spinning. The dazzling light immediately pulled him into the interior of the palace pillar. Voila! It was like passing through a long and narrow tunnel of time and space. The dazzling white light was like a curtain that was pulled open, and Chu Hen's field of vision immediately widened. What came into view was a slightly dark world. There were mountains, rivers, forests, and peaks. The mountains and rivers were vast, and the rivers were like dragons. Behind the faint dark clouds, there seemed to be light sprinkling down. However, the mountains, the earth, the vegetation, and the forest seemed to be engraved with mysterious ancient runes. Woo! A sharp and loud, unknown strange howl came from a vast canyon. Chu Hen's eyes slightly darkened, and he leaped up and dashed in the direction of the sound. His field of vision, from far to near, could only see that in the canyon that extended endlessly, there was a huge formation Tao tree. The street tree was almost 10,000 feet tall, and it was bright and dazzling. The leaves and branches swayed, making a pleasant sound like wind chimes. It was Situ Zhao's street tree. Chu Hen was slightly surprised. Then, Chu Hen looked up and saw that there was another thing under the street tree. It was a living thing. The monster was about 20 to 30 meters tall, and it had a strange appearance. It looked a bit like a tree ant with a lush head of branches and leaves. However, its limbs were as sharp as claws, and it looked very agile and fast. Woo! At this moment, the monster opened its mouth. It had no teeth, but it was like an abyss. Circles of white light quickly enveloped the huge street tree. The body of the street tree quickly twisted, and it turned into a beam of light at a speed visible to the naked eye and entered the monster's mouth. Although the two objects were very different in size, in just 2 blinks of an eye, the third stage divine inscription master street tree was completely devoured by the monster. This is... Chu Hen's pupils trembled slightly, and he clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 1366. A Monster That Devoured the Street Tree? Looking at the scene in front of him, Chu Hen's pupils constricted slightly, and his face was filled with shock. The street tree of a third stage divine inscription master was completely devoured in an instant. What exactly was that monster? Wu, after devouring Situ Zhao's street tree, the monster's body glowed with a brilliant white light, and an extremely powerful and majestic Reiki energy erupted. Its sharp claws prostrated on the ground, and its weird body seemed to be splitting apart, revealing strange runes and secret inscriptions. Suddenly, at this moment, the monster suddenly turned its head to Chu Hen. A pair of golden eyes emitted a piercingly cold light. The moment Chu Hen made eye contact with the monster, he felt an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. It was as if he had seen the greed similar to hunger in the monster's eyes. Buzz, buzz. At the same time, Chu Hen suddenly felt that the street tree in his Naiwan palace was extremely uneasy. The monster became even more agitated, like a hungry beast staring at its prey. Its 4 claws dug deep into the ground, and it slowly approached Chu Hen. Chu Hen frowned slightly, and a hint of alertness surged between his brows. Woo! The monster let out a low roar, and there seemed to be crystal clear saliva flowing out of its mouth. It could be seen that compared to Situ Zhao's street tree, it found the Reiki energy in Chu Hen's Naiwan palace more delicious. Although Chu Hen had not reached the level of a divine inscription master, his street tree had fused with a rare treasure like the divine talisman's spiritual tree. Whether it was the foundation of the street tree or the quality of the Reiki energy, they were not comparable to an ordinary inscription master. Obviously, the unknown monster had already discovered the uniqueness of Chu Hen. At the same time, Chu Hen was also carefully observing the monster. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. Perhaps because there was no obvious fear on Chu Hen's face, and there was no sign of him retreating or escaping, the monster approached cautiously. The atmosphere quickly became tense. The airflow that pervaded the world also had a kind of restless rhythm. Suddenly, 2 rays of golden light shot out from the monster's eyes. Chu Hen's cold eyes narrowed. He gripped the formless emperor blade in his hand, and a layer of blazing black flames stacked on top of the blade. Woo! Accompanied by a hasty howl, the monster's hind claws forcefully stomped on the ground, and its strong and muscular body suddenly leaped up. A powerful burst of speed erupted, setting off a powerful momentum as it pounced towards Chu Hen. The newcomer's speed was extremely fast. His attacks were even more ferocious. The distance of several miles disappeared in the blink of an eye. So fast! Chu Hen's expression changed slightly, and his pupils shrank. At the same time, his opponent's sharp claws were like heavy hooks tearing through the wind. In a hurry, the formless emperor blade shone brightly. The monarch blade that was burning with surging flames instantly enlarged into a broadsword light blade that was several meters long and half a meter wide. Bang! A heavy, loud sound accompanied by a dazzling rain of fire splashed out. The monster's sharp claws heavily collided with the formless emperor blade. Chu Hen suddenly felt his arm go numb, but he didn't dare to be too careless. He directly used the impact of the opponent's attack to counterattack. Roar! At the same time that Chu Hen retreated, the monster opened its mouth and roared. A powerful Reiki energy overflowed from its body, lingering in front of it and turning into a series of dazzling and gorgeous runes. Hundreds and thousands of runes quickly took shape, like a mysterious constellation pattern in the vast universe. Chu Hen was shocked once again. The opponent could also control the rune technique. Clang! Before Chu Hen could recover from the shock, a luxurious lightning attribute rune array stretched across 100 feet. The runes crisscrossed and intertwined, bursting with the power of thunder. Chu Hen's expression changed, and he only felt a destructive aura rapidly shrouding him. A bright silver light pierced through the vast sky, setting off endless destructive divine might. Rumble! The incomparably overbearing power of thunder was like a terrifying thunder dragon swooping down to the earth. In an instant, the place where Chu Hen stood burst into countless violent electric pillars. The ground below him was fractured and rocks exploded. Chi-chi! Following that, a series of restless thunderbird cries came from the incomparably violent silver lightning. In the next moment, dense purple electric arcs swam out from within, and like sharp blades, the purple electric arcs tore the silver electric arcs into pieces. Surrounded by purple electric arcs, Chu Hen's imposing manner was awe-inspiring. Holding the formless emperor blade, he coldly stared at the mysterious monster in front of him with Reiki energy soaring into the sky. "What exactly are you?" "Huff!" In response to Chu Hen, there was only a greater number of bright and beautiful runes. Like a lion or tiger, it stepped on the air with its 4 claws and opened its mouth wide. Countless runes were like stars and meteorites being swallowed by a black hole, converging into its mouth. All the runes fused together, and an extremely restless power quietly spread out. Buzz! Along with the faintly trembling space, the cyclones in all directions rotated rapidly. Whoosh! A gush of air rushed towards Chu Hen. In an instant, illusory and transparent wind blades burst out from the monster's mouth. Swish, swish, swish! The extremely sharp wind blades tore through the air, showing the power to split everything. Facing so many intensive attacks, Chu Hen's figure continuously flashed, nimbly dodging. The wind blades that streaked across the vast sky then successively hit the cliffs of several mountain peaks behind him. The neat peaks and cliffs were directly split open. Looking at such terrifying lethality, even Chu Hen couldn't help but slightly frown. At the same time, he was increasingly curious about this unknown monster. A loud and clear whistle resounded through the sky, and an earth-shattering cyclone gathered above the monster. Then it leaped up and looked down at Chu Hen in front of it, opening its mouth wide. Hiss! A sharp sound of a sharp weapon piercing through the air, and a ring-shaped wind blade like a light will burst out. In the process of moving, the volume of the ring-shaped wind blade rapidly increased. It was like a hurricane nebula that stirred up the sun and the moon. Chu Hen's eyes darkened, secretly shocked by the strength of the other party's explosive power. 1 second before the ring-shaped wind blade fell, Chu Hen's figure leaned to the side, almost touching the wind blade to dodge. The huge and terrifying ring-shaped wind blade rapidly chopped down. Rumble! Rubble burst out and the mountain peaks exploded. An imposing mountain ridge that stretched from the east to the west was directly split into 2. After dodging, Chu Hen seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. His speed exploded. dragging a string of dazzling purple lightning in the void. Less than 100 meters away from the other party, the monster suddenly raised its front claws, and its body stood up as if it was about to rise. Buzz! An astonishing wave of Reiki energy surged out from its body, and the monster's claws actually stretched forward, accompanied by the flow of incomparably beautiful runes. A golden beam of light suddenly crossed the sky, rushing towards Chu Hen. Still, Chu Hen didn't face it head-on. He continued to focus on dodging. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! A series of light beams pierced through the sky, each emitting an extremely terrifying, penetrating power. While Chu Hen dodged, he also constantly shortened the distance between him and the other party. Boom! Rumble! All kinds of runes emerged one after another, and the monster's proficiency in controlling the power of runes surpassed that of countless amazing rune master geniuses. Almost all of the runes were launched in an instant. The coordination between the runes was terrifyingly precise. Among the people Chu Hen had come into contact with, the one who had the most proficient control of runes was Senior Shi Fingzi. But compared to this mysterious monster, even Shi Fingzi felt ashamed of his own inferiority. Mountains and rivers cracked, and the sky changed color. The runes released by the mysterious monster could be described as rich and diverse, including wind, fire, dark light. The power that erupted from each of them was no less than that of a Saint King realm martial art or secret technique. Chu Hen was even more surprised. After a series of tentative attacks, he also came to a conclusion. So that's how it is. Chu Hen's eyes revealed a hint of self-confidence. The formless emperor blade in his hand slashed out 100 zhang long beam of light. The sword aura that was like a giant blade that could split the sky split open the incomparably chaotic energy storm in front of him. Then it slashed towards his opponent. Wah! The monster seemed to become more and more courageous as it fought. Perhaps it had been here for too long, and now that it had finally encountered an intruder, it became more and more excited. In the face of the piercing light beam, the monster showed no intention of dodging at all. Its golden eyes flashed with a dazzling light, and it stretched out its front claws, sending out another beam of light. Bang! The two collided, and suddenly the wind and clouds exploded. Sword Chi flew in all directions, and runes splashed over a kilometer. It was as if the world had exploded into a shower of sparks. Phew! At this time, a vague golden ball of light flew out of the turbulent airwaves. Although the speed of the light wasn't particularly fast, the energy fluctuations it emitted were very calm, and one couldn't even detect the slightest sign of danger. When it arrived in front of him, a trace of panic flashed across Chu Hen's eyes. Not good, Wang. Before he could finish speaking, the light suddenly bloomed. In the next moment, the blooming light immediately turned into a cylindrical binding cylinder. The binding power of the talisman array was extremely strong, and it was like an impregnable fortress. Not waiting for Chu Hen to break the shackles of the halo, a heavy breathing sound mixed with a cold, fishy wind blew towards him. The monster suddenly rushed in front of Chu Hen, opened its abyss-like mouth, and bit toward Chu Hen. However, at this critical moment, the panic on Chu Hen's face suddenly turned into a frivolous smile. You've been tricked. Pung! An incomparably heavy and violent explosion shook the sky. When the monster's huge mouth was less than 2 meters away from Chu Hen, a black shadow that emitted a monstrous aura descended from the sky without any warning. A heavy fist that could split mountains and split the earth solidly smashed onto the opponent's head. The black airwaves swept in all directions, causing the sky to tremble. Woo! The mysterious monster let out a roar, and its strong body was directly smashed down by the impact of the huge force. Chapter 1367. Bang! Huge waves surged and water splashed everywhere. The incomparably heavy gravitational impact was like a meteorite falling to the ground. The surface of the lake was deeply sunken, and layers of waves and tsunamis rushed to the shore. It was very spectacular. Chi-Chi, standing in the air, Chu Hen's eyes were awe-inspiring, flashing with a trace of purple light. Then a sharp electric arc overflowed, and the golden cylindrical halo that imprisoned him was instantly smashed like a piece of paper. The black shadow floating beside him was surrounded by a domineering aura. Its blade-like outline showed the power of a demon. Through a series of previous fights, it could be known that this mysterious monster could control many powerful rune techniques, and its control of rune power was so skilled that countless geniuses in the world were ashamed of their inferiority. It could be said that such an existence was absolutely terrifying. However, its biggest weakness was that it didn't know how to cooperate. At least in Chu Hen's view, the other party just blindly bombarded indiscriminately, evaporating and melting the opponent in the most violent way. If it wasn't Chu Hen here today, but someone else, perhaps that person would have already become the monster's food. However, Chu Hen had the ability to restrain the other party the most. Perhaps I can make up for your shortcomings. Chu Hen murmured in a low voice, and his eyes flashed with a touch of coldness. Rumble! Before his voice died away, the ground collapsed and the mountain ridge cracked. Along with the extremely restless trembling, a mountain below was abruptly separated from the ground. Set off by a mysterious rune, it directly soared into the sky, and then like a meteorite across the sky, it whistled toward Chu Hen. The mountain range attacked, and the black shadow covered the sky. Chu Hen's face was calm, and his eyes were as calm as the water in an ancient well. Whoosh! The next moment, a shocking divine light traversed the sky, accompanied by endless sharp momentum, and countless sword shadows burst out from the mountain rock. Following that, the sword momentum was monstrous, and the flying mountain was instantly split in half. Rumble! The mountain range that was split in half fell to the ground from the left and right sides at the same time, crushing the mountain ridge jungle below. Chu Hen held the formless Tharch blade, showing the power to conquer the sky. Boom! Swish! At the same time, a huge wave suddenly rose from the lake, and spiraling water columns shot into the sky like tornadoes. An extremely berserk aura, along with the majestic power of runes, exploded from the bottom of the water in all directions. Roar, a roar that was many times more powerful than the one before reverberated through the air, setting off heavy waves. In an instant, a behemoth that was hundreds of meters long filled up more than half of the lake. It had sharp claws, a tree trunk body, a pair of eyes that glowed with a golden light, and a huge mouth that was like an abyss. Countless water pillars rapidly gathered above its head. Chu Hen's eyes darkened slightly, and his face revealed some caution. What a shocking water rune energy! In just a few seconds, all the water in the lake that spanned thousands of meters was emptied. The vast and majestic torrents surged into the sky and gathered in one place. Jia! Suddenly, the mysterious monster let out a sharp cry. The heaven and earth moved, and the wind and clouds changed color. An abnormally malevolent blue wave aquatic beast suddenly rushed out of the torrent. The aquatic beast's body was like a whale shark, and its head was like a flood dragon. It surged with a heaven-shaking divine might and countless water vortexes as it pounced towards Chu Hen. The attack was strong, and the momentum was ferocious. Even Chu Hen couldn't avoid it. The mountain-like pressure attacked with a crushing force, and the space around Chu Hen faintly twisted and swayed. However, Chu Hen's eyes didn't have the slightest hint of panic. His pupils reflected the blue wave aquatic beast in front of him, and then an incomparably fierce aura erupted from Chu Hen's body without any warning. Roar, a dragon's roar of the 9 heavens, reverberated for thousands of miles. In the next instant there was a bang, sound, and a berserk power spread out in all directions. An incomparably majestic scene appeared between the heavens and the earth. A terrifying giant dragon skeleton emitting a tyrannical aura shot into the heavens. It was as if it had passed through a giant ball of water, and solidly collided with the blue wave-aquatic beast. The air shook incessantly. The aftermath of the water mist that spread in all directions swept outwards. Within a radius of more than 100 miles, the wind and rain immediately descended. Large and small waves baptized the mountains, rivers, and earth. The giant dragon skeleton was like a tyrannical zombie. Wherever its bone claws and sharp teeth went, there was nothing it couldn't destroy. It instantly tore apart the enormous body of the blue wave-aquatic beast, directly smashing it into pieces. Following that, it exploded into violent waves that filled the sky. However, this wasn't the end. The tyrannical zombie dragon skeleton broke through the layers of water waves, dragging along a shocking, ferocious aura. It was like a divine beast that could tear apart the sky, diving straight down and pouncing towards the unknown monster. It was very obvious that the monster was facing Chu Hen for the first time, and the strength of his trump card was also unexpected. It raised its head high, and thick Reiki energy surged wantonly. Boom! In the next second, the giant dragon skeleton swooped down, heavily bombarding the opponent's body. The riverbed under its body rapidly caved in, forming a huge sinkhole. Countless fault cracks spread out like a spider web. At the same time that the ground collapsed, the mysterious monster quickly retreated. Whoosh! It was also at this time that a piercingly cold sound of breaking wind suddenly attacked from the side. The mysterious monster's head turned, and before it could react, a domineering and peerless black shadow was reflected in its golden pupils. Bang! The dull tremor was abnormally solid and fierce. An especially solid fist pillar that could explode the Milky Way heavily struck the side of the monster's spine. A circle of black light spread out, and the monster let out a cry of pain. The side of its body was like damaged bark, rapidly splitting open. Under the huge impact, the monster smashed down in midair, dragging a drag mark that was hundreds of meters long on the ground. Wah! The mysterious monster on the ground was furious and violent. It did not care about the injuries it had suffered, and it was especially furious as it climbed out of the rubble. However, before it could stand up, the sky was covered with dark clouds. A strong wind blew, and a cold current wreaked havoc. Wind and sand piled up between heaven and earth, and an ancient and primordial aura suddenly filled the sky and the earth. Buzz, buzz! In an instant, a black stone tablet that glowed with a dusty aura for a long time suddenly appeared above the mysterious monster's head. It was a mottled stone tablet that had been around for a long time. It was covered with unpredictable runes and patterns, numbers and patterns. As the stone tablet fell from the sky, it rapidly enlarged. Looking at the ancient stone tablet that was suppressing it, an unconcealable fear and panic emerged in the mysterious monster's eyes. The great path divine stone, suppress all demons, take the sun and the moon. Bang! A loud sound that shook 1,000 miles, turned into 1,000 feet large great path divine stone, firmly suppressing the unknown monster's body. The ground once again exploded into countless pieces. The rubble that flew randomly was like a flock of startled birds and beasts that filled the sky. Woo! Ha! The unknown monster that was pressed down by the great path divine stone constantly let out ear-piercing screams. It was like an unyielding and frightening monster. Its 4 claws firmly dug into the ground, using all its strength to support its sturdy body, trying to forcefully struggle out. An endless stream of Reiki energy surged out. The ancient patterns on the great path divine stone also faintly flickered with a soft light. Under the monster's stubborn struggle, the 1,000-foot stone tablet actually shook slightly. Seeing this scene, Chu Hen was even more shocked. What is the origin of this thing? Even the great path divine stone can't suppress it. Although this stone tablet was only a fragment of the great path divine stone, this was definitely not a factor in doubting its power. Even Chu Hen, right now, was only a preliminary glimpse of its divine power. And not only did this mysterious monster control an extremely shocking rune technique, it also possessed extraordinary defensive power. In a situation where it suffered 2 heavy blows in a row, it could still be so violent and uneasy. It was truly surprising. However, the more the monster acted like this, it made Chu Hen even more certain of his thoughts. His gaze was somewhat heated as he looked at the mysterious monster that was raging like a tiger in a cage. An inexplicable trace of joy appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 1368. Wu. In the boundless mountain ridge, there were incessant roars of strange beasts. It was as if they were trapped in a cage. Their limbs were chained and they were struggling with all their might. After an unknown period of time, the roars gradually weakened. The majestic mountains and rivers were quickly drawn closer. A huge crater that looked like a meteorite had smashed into the ground. The crater was surrounded by large and small rocks and cracks. The black monument that was thousands of feet tall was like a majestic ancient pillar that stood under the sky. On the left side of the monument, a giant dragon skeleton that looked like a violent zombie stood in the sky. On the right side, a black shadow that emitted a mysterious aura was like a demon in the darkness. Such a shocking lineup was just to suppress the unknown monster that controlled the powerful rune power. Whoosh! At this moment, the mysterious monster was lying on the ground, exhausted. The monument on its body was like a huge mountain, making it unable to move. A pair of beastly eyes that shone with golden light also appeared dim, with a bit of vigilance and coldness staring at the young figure standing on a stone slope in front of it. It really could not understand how the seemingly small human in front of it could have such a shocking divine power. Chu Hen's gaze was indifferent as he looked at the other party. Between his brows, an indescribable interest was faintly revealed. A species that can swallow the street tree. I wonder if you are willing to be used by me? As soon as he said this, the mysterious monster's face suddenly surged with ferocity. Its sharp claws scratched the ground back and forth, and a low roar came from its throat. Woo! The corner of Chu Hen's mouth lifted slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. I am not asking for your opinion. If you cooperate a little, woo! The monster was getting more and more angry. It twisted its huge body and tried to break free. However, at this moment, it was already exhausted. The divine Tao stone only produced a slight rhythm, and it did not even shake. At the same time, Chu Hen put his palms together, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Hua! His Niwen palace was completely opened, and Reiki energy erupted like a sea of smoke. Wherever the Reiki energy went, it quickly transformed into thousands of extravagant rune numbers. The runes, which exuded a powerful aura, arranged themselves in an orderly manner, then interweaved into a series of ever-changing, luxurious runes. Buzz! The runes crisscrossed and revolved around each other. For example, the ancient vines that extended out from the ground, with the divine Tao stone as the center point, surrounded the surroundings, forming a majestic and dazzling formation. Chu Hen formed a seal with both hands and changed it unhurriedly. Crack! The soil on the ground cracked open, and green sprouts that looked like emerald crystals drilled out of the cracks at a speed visible to the naked eye. The green bud quickly grew into a sapling. Following that, the sapling grew at a speed many times faster than normal. In an instant, it became a dozen meters, dozens of meters, 100 meters, 1,000 feet. Crash! In an instant, with the divine Tao stone as the center, dozens of lush trees that blotted out the sky rose into the air. Every tree glowed with an extraordinary light, and the branches and leaves flickered with the light of runes. The trunks and branches of the trees were covered with complicated runes. Compared to ordinary Tao trees, these trees exuded an even more extraordinary and refined aura of immortal energy. Seeing these extravagant and extraordinary street tree, the mysterious monster's gaze became more and more uneasy, and its struggle became more and more intense. Squeak, squeak! Then, one after another, sturdy tree vine branches, like huge tentacles that extended from the ground, wrapped around the monster's limbs, torso, and neck. Suddenly, Chu Hen's eyes suddenly opened, and a bright and beautiful rune light flickered in his eyes. The moment the last seal was completed, the butterfly-like runes that filled the sky converged into the formation below. Rise! Buzz! The mountains, rivers, and earth trembled, and the space around them fluctuated uneasily. Countless rays of light from the glorious sun glowed, and a giant pillar of light shot into the sky, as if opening a dimensional passage to another world, immediately enveloping the mysterious monster. Woo! Accompanied by a sharp and ear-piercing howl, the mysterious monster's huge body rapidly shrank, and like a whirlpool of light, it turned into a phantom and merged with the pillar of light. Chu Hen's Mudpill Palace. The dense aura of immortal clouds surrounded every corner of the Mudpill Palace. It was the same as the purple mansion of true essence. Similarly, it had formed an independent small world. In it, one could see the spirit of the sun, moon, and stars in the outside world, and it could also gather the aura of all living things. But the difference between the two was that the purple mansion of true essence was the saint soul, while the Mudpill Palace was based on the street tree. In the center of the forest of plants and mountains, a towering tree stood at the top of the Mudpill Palace like a divine tree. It had a majestic aura, as if it was below the Pan River Mountain and up to the sky. Looking from afar, the divine tree's entire body was beautiful and resplendent. Every single leaf was like a dense cluster of stars, very dazzling. If others were to see this, they would definitely be amazed. It was clearly only at the level of a guru, but the Reiki energy released by the street tree was not something a guru of the same level could compare to. Now, Chu Hen's street tree had already merged perfectly with the divine talisman spirit tree. With the divine talisman spirit tree as the foundation, it was no different from being reborn. At this moment, under the majestic divine talisman street tree, there was a violent monster being suppressed. Illusory chains that originated from underground bound the monster's limbs and neck, and an endless stream of Reiki energy swept over, entering its body through the illusory chains and turning into thousands of strange talismans that wrapped around its body. Woo! Wah! The chains were stretched to the limit, and the mysterious monster let out a long roar, as if it was a stubborn creature that refused to yield. However, as more and more mysterious runes covered its body, its aura was quickly being suppressed. Serve me for 1,000 years, and after that, I will return you your freedom. Suddenly, Chu Hen's voice was full of the prestige of an emperor. Buzz, buzz. A dreamy distortion appeared in the void, as if space was moving and overlapping with each other. Then, a pair of demonic and extraordinary purple eyes slowly appeared in the sky in front of the street tree. The purple eyes were demonic and mysterious. When the mysterious monster saw the pair of demonic eyes, its entire body trembled, and fear appeared in its golden eyes. It was like a subject standing in front of a monarch. After a short moment of absent-mindedness, the mysterious monster raised its head and let out a long roar. Woo! In the next moment, the monster's body shone brightly, and a series of mysterious runes wrapped around its body emitted a dazzling light. In an instant, a vast power of runes surged out and exploded in Chu Hen's Naiwan Palace. Rumble! The world was in turmoil, and the world was in turmoil. The huge immortal talisman street tree shook violently, and the giant tree that covered the entire area moved again. Like a dragon hiding deep underground, it extended deeper and further. The branches and leaves stretched out and spiritual light swayed. The two different energy auras began to fuse. It was like the convergence of the sea and the river. It set off monstrous waves. Buzz! At the same time, Chu Hen, who was standing in front of the divine stone of the great path, suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of starlight shot out from his eyes. An unparalleled aura swept out from his body in all directions uncontrollably. The stone slope beneath him instantly shattered, and countless crisscrossing cracks rapidly spread out. Chapter 1369. Buzz, buzz. The aura was as misty as mist, drifting between the mountains, rivers, heaven, and earth. The original Mudpill Palace had already evolved from a tiny place into an independent world that was vast and boundless with an infinite amount of spirit power. From time to time, every corner of the Mudpill Palace would produce an obscure energy fluctuation. In the rivers and jungles, runes could be seen flashing everywhere. Surrounded by abundant Reiki energy, a giant street tree stood between the heavens and the earth, with its lower body covering hundreds of miles of mountains and rivers. At this moment, Chu-Hen Street Tree was nearly twice as big as before. Even its height had increased by 5,000 to 6,000 feet. Whether it was the intensity of the Reiki energy or the intensity of its power, it was far more powerful than before. The giant street tree was like a divine tree that connected the heavens and the earth. Its trunk was covered with many complicated patterns. At the top of the street tree, there was a strange beast pattern. The beast pattern looked like a tree ant, but its claws were as sharp as a beast's. It was mysterious and peculiar, like an ancient creature. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the beast pattern glowed with a slight rhythm of Reiki energy. The surrounding runes lit up, and the pattern also released a beautiful, soft light. Following that, the pattern seemed to come to life. As the runes intertwined with each other, the phantom of a mysterious monster was slowly projected. The monster raised its head to the sky and let out a long roar. Its sharp and resonant voice was like a sharp sword that pierced through the sky, reaching the azure sky behind the layers of clouds. Woo! The mighty sound waves spread in all directions, wandering between the mountains and rivers. At the peak of the mountain, at the edge of a steep cliff, Chu-Hen's eyelids slightly opened, and his deep eyes revealed a star-like brilliance and domineering aura. The invisible aura was like the sun and the moon. Standing above the mountains and rivers, he was like a proud and aloof king, feeling the vigorous Reiki energy in his Niwen palace that was like a sea of smoke, as well as the vast amount of real core energy in his purple palace of real core energy. Chu-Hen let out a long sigh of relief. There was a kind of cold arrogance on his handsome face that could make one's heart throb. At this moment, Chu-Hen could clearly sense that his cultivation had surpassed the Third Order Holy King realm and was infinitely close to the Fourth Order Holy King realm. He had just broken through to the Saint King realm not long ago. The growth of his cultivation base could be described as 1,000 miles in a single day. However, to Chu-Hen, this wasn't something that was too good of a thing. This was because most of the factors that contributed to the growth of these powers came from the series of massacres over the past few days. Chi Tian's order, heretical god force, it seemed to be gradually waking up again. The Chi Tian token was a supreme treasure from the same era as the divine stone of the Great Tao. However, it was an extremely evil object. The divine restriction blood, prison blood, that it came from was a place where the source of great calamity, the Lord of all evil, was gathered. In that place, slaughter ruled over everything, and destruction was the main path of kings. It was a place where all things wailed, and it was like an Asura, purgatory. It was precisely because of this that killing could infinitely increase the power of the Chi Tian token. Once upon a time, Chu-Hen had killed hundreds of thousands of people in the victorious East Province, and he had almost fallen into the Demon Tao. Although the number of people killed by Chu-Hen during the Holy War was not as crazy as before, the cultivation of those who died was far higher than those in the victorious East Province. There were as many as 6 monstrous geniuses on the Wind Cloud list. There were also 4 Saint King Realm and Saint Inscription Masters, especially after killing Thunder Clan's Lei Yuan and the others, as well as slaughtering the entire Soaring Cloud sect. The evil aura that Chu-Hen had suppressed for less than 2 years was quietly awakened. The great evil hidden at the bottom of the dark abyss in his heart seemed to quietly open its bloodthirsty eyes again. The heretical god force, which was infused with slaughter and destruction, was reignited. A series of harvesting and hunting also caused Chu Hen's cultivation base to grow rapidly. Fortunately, the improvement of Chu Hen's cultivation base was not solely supported by the Qi token. In addition, there was also the fusion of the non-phase Emperor Blade's artifact soul, the energy explosion of the four soul spirits, and even a part of the underworld fire heavenly thunder that was plundered from Lei Yuan. The combination of various forces allowed Chu Hen to sublimate at a leaping speed. I can't let the Qi Tian token's power continue to grow. I must find a way to suppress it, Chu Hen muttered to himself. Now that Mo Qingli was not around, Chu Hen could only rely on himself. The best way to suppress the Qi Tian token was to improve his cultivation base and bloodline boundary in the normal way. There was no other way. I'll just take one step at a time. Taking a deep breath, Chu Hen did not intend to stay here any longer. His eyes flashed, and then a strange spatial rhythm spread out with Chu Hen as the center. The incomparably luxurious ice palace. Every building was as beautiful as glazed jade, making people gasp in admiration. Buzz! On the majestic palace pillars, runes flashed and overflowed with colorful lights. Accompanied by the swaying of secret scrolls, a vortex appeared in the space. Then, an illusory white light flashed out from the distorted space. Immediately, the white light turned into a human figure and steadily landed on the ground. Brother Chu Hen, a familiar voice full of excitement immediately came. Before Chu Hen could stand firm, he was hugged tightly by Yi Yao. Brother Chu Hen, where did you go? I was almost scared to death by you. Yi Yao's voice was a little sobbing, obviously carrying a lot of uneasiness. Wu! Not far away, the Yin-Yang beast Noni also called out in a low voice, as if it was welcoming Chu Hen's return. All right, aren't I fine now? Chu Hen smiled a little helplessly, then gently let go of her. However, when he saw Yi Yao's slightly red eyes, he couldn't help but feel a little apologetic. I'm sorry I made you worry. After saying that, he gently patted Yi Yao's head. Yi Yao sniffled, as if she was a little wronged. Although she had already stepped into the ranks of Saint Kings in front of Chu Hen, she was still as pure as the little girl in the past. Brother Chu Hen, where have you been for the past 10 days? Noni and I have searched the entire Ice Emperor Palace, but we couldn't find you. 10 days? Chu Hen was startled and shook his head in surprise. It's been so long? He originally thought it would be 2 or 3 days at most, but he didn't expect the difference to be so big. I went to look for the street tree, Chu Hen said, and casually glanced at Situ Xiao, who was still lying next to the palace pillar. Situ Xiao's body was already covered with a thick layer of ice, and he looked like an ice sculpture, completely imprisoned by the ice. Did you find it? Yi Yao asked with her eyes wide open. Chu Hen smiled slightly. Yes, I found it. Looking at Chu Hen's gentle smile, Yi Yao was a little surprised. Brother Chu Hen has changed back. What? Chu Hen didn't quite understand. Yi Yao smiled and shook her head. After pausing for a moment, Chu Hen immediately understood what he meant. Previously, because of Qi Tianling, his aura was quite cold. Now that the power of the runes had broken through, and together with the power of the mysterious monster, Qi Tianling's evil aura was suppressed to a certain extent. How is Long Xuanchuang? Chu Hen glanced at the magnificent palace in the center. At the moment, the stone door of the palace was still closed, and there was no sound at all. Yi Yao looked a little curious. I don't know, there's been no movement these days. Chu Hen nodded slightly, and there was some deep meaning in his eyes. I'm afraid it's not that fast. At this time, the outcome depended on Long Xuanchuang's fate. After thinking for a short while, Chu Hen looked back at Yi Yao.